All right. Sorry for any of the readjustments going on here, everyone. Had to rotate my phone back so that I could go horizontal here, but we should be good now. All right. This is going to be the second part of the Minas Tirith backdrop artwork. I'm going to be using some alcohol-based markers to color everything in today. Pardon me while I'm getting up the live stream here. Sorry about that, I'm a little distracted. There's the live. Make sure I am muted. And I'm going to turn the volume down all the way, just in case. Sorry if I'm talking quietly. If you end up joining and you're new to the stream, I do not have a mic, so I won't be surprised if people pop in and out just because they hear the audio is not great. But we're going to get started here, even if we don't have anybody watching yet. I don't want to take too long with the stream here. I'm not entirely sure how it's going to play out or how long it's going to take, but regardless, I've started to set out a few of the gray markers that I have here. Let's see, 3, 4. So I use a brand of marker called Master's Touch, and they have different codes and numbers on the end. That way you can distinguish what you're actually using. It's actually a pretty good system, but there's two different types of gray, maybe even, actually, sorry, there's, excuse me, there's more than that for sure. I've seen 3 of them, there's probably more. As far as types that exist, definitely a lot more than that. But for the markers here, we have cool gray and warm gray. I know there's blue gray, and I think there's also green gray that they sell, but I'm not entirely sure about the last one. But cool gray, it does say cool gray on the marker, but it does also say CG6, so cool gray 6. So just as an example for that one. Thanks for joining in here. I'll have to take a look. I'm not entirely sure if I can see if you're someone I recognize here, but thank you for stopping by. I apologize for the quality of my audio. The next paycheck or two here, I'm definitely going to work on getting a mic, so that way in the near future we won't have to go through this. But one other thing I do want to do is add some more detail before we start coloring things in. I don't want these bricks to be quite as clean as they are, so I'm just going to come in with a little bit thinner marker. We used a Sharpie for all the really bold lines, and the thinner lines are a 5 or 0.5. I'm not entirely sure what it's referred to as, just 5 for the micron pens. And this is a 3 or an 03. So we're going to make a few cracks, just randomly going across in a few of the corners. There'll be some cracks just kind of going into the bricks as well. I'm not going to go too crazy with it. I don't want to overdo it here, but I didn't want everything to be perfectly clean. So I have some coming in from the bottom here too. What else? I don't want to do them always too close together, but it does make sense. I'm also going to connect some of these. So that'll go through one, but also up into the next. Okay. Maybe some right in the very corner or the edge of the brickwork here. Definitely a lot more towards the bottom where you would probably experience more wear and tear in some of the bricks. Make one really just up towards the top edge. They don't all have to match. And I'll put a little little crack coming out of that too. Okay, put some more down here. Some that I want to be right at the very bottom of the paper so that way it ties everything together. It doesn't just look like it's perfectly clean at the bottom and then, everything up above that is worn and cracked. Let's see. Thinking a little bit harder than I would for a lot of the rock work in the background where I'm just kind of not aimlessly drawing, but I don't have to perfectly match any shape. Here, I'm being careful that I'm not overdoing it, and I'm also, I guess, trying to emulate certain shapes to where I'm not just making, a zigzag pattern or something that wouldn't really make sense for the shape of a crack. Okay, I want something also coming up from one of the corners. Another thing I can do is when I end up coloring this in, I'll make this a little bit darker than everything else. I'll also have some shading that it looks like there's a little bit of an overlap between the bricks, or that they're um, beveled on the edges. But I'll explain that as I get to it. I'll make some cracks that also merge up into the rock face there. Right now, it almost looks like it's just a shape of ruins and everything else is right behind it, but I wanted to make it look like the rock was actually the outer shading, if that makes, or not shading, but the thicker line there is supposed to be the outside face of the rock rather than the outside face of the bricks. The bricks are supposed to be inset to the rock, but it doesn't really look too much like that because everything here in the middle and the sides are blank. But I'll fix that as I go. All right, let's see. We'll put more in the corners. Some that are just, emerging out from that rock work, or not rock work, but the stone that was chipped away is, I guess, what that would be. And yeah, I'm just going to move up a little bit more, not go too crazy, but we'll have a couple that are merged together throughout. That looks a little strange, but not too much. I just want to change one by a little bit. There we go. I think I do need some more down here too, but not a whole lot. Just some, I guess they come up through here. Something like that, yeah. And I want a decent amount coming from the edge. So we'll have a few more like that too. Sorry if I'm talking quietly. I do tend to mumble a bit. And another thing that was going on in the first stream you might have heard just now, my ankles have been cracking throughout this. I don't know if I need to change something about my diet or stretch more or whatever else. I actually do get plenty of exercise in as far as walking goes. I walk my dogs 2 to 3 times a day. Probably get about 2.5 miles in. So not a crazy amount, but enough to where I shouldn't be having snapping ankles every moment. Okay. That's another thing that I do is say okay a lot, but I need to get better at just not calling myself out for random things. I'm probably more in my head than anything. I'm sure some of you guys aren't even noticing when I do that, but when I call myself out, that makes it obvious. So I'm going to try to not do that as much. to shift a little bit here just to make sure I'm not putting my head into the frame. Don't want to block anything for you guys other than my arm that obviously has to be in it. And I will try not to be as quiet in this stream today. It's going to be a little bit difficult for me. I mentioned in the last stream here that I've not really done too much artwork in front of an audience, so I'm not too used to doing streaming either, and it makes it a little difficult for me to concentrate while I'm doing my artwork unless I really zone in, and that makes it hard for me to talk. But I'll do my best to kind of cut in when I can and explain what I'm doing while I'm drawing. I appreciate those of you who have joined in recently as well. Welcome to the stream. This one might be a little bit more laid back and, yeah, there we go, relaxed today, but I also need to make sure I'm checking the live chat here. I see Faith and Gambit. Welcome back, guys. Thanks for stopping by again. And thank you, Faith. I appreciate Faith and Misery. I don't know if you prefer me calling you one or the other. I guess I'm just shortening it for making it easier to say. But you said I'm still at the office, so I'll be lurking mostly, but I appreciate you. Thank you as always. And Gambit here, you said you'll have to pop out a couple times due to work, but you won't say anything that's requested in the last videos. And you're all good. Yeah, I didn't hear anything from you outside of that, so we can try to take another crack at making that work. Just let me know if you have some time later. So depends on when I finish the stream today. It should be a decent amount of time, probably at least another 6+ hours. Not entirely sure though. It might go quicker than I think, or it might take a lot longer. But we shall see. You also said you're ready to see those markers in use. No more teasing us lurkers. Yeah, that's true. I shouldn't be too much longer on adding the additional details in the bricks here. But right after that, I'm definitely getting right into the markers. But how are you guys doing today? How's work going for you? Yeah, I'm looking overall, just kind of seeing where I've drawn the cracks, and before I move to a different brick, and instead of just focusing my eyes on that area, I really sit back for a moment, focus on everything. That way I see, the whole map of all the cracks that I've drawn. And I don't want to, add too many in a cluster just because I'm not paying attention. Okay, sorry, I'm just checking the chat. But again, it might be a little bit more laid back today. Again, I'll try to talk more too, but a little bit more laid back as far as me. What's the best way for me to put this? Earlier, I was thinking that I probably worry too much about how often I'm talking during the stream and coming up with things to say. Obviously, I need to do that in some form because I want to be entertaining for you guys. So I can't, be completely boring and have 0 new viewers enter the stream. But yeah, I probably overthink the amount that I'm, just talking in general. I guess, once I come up with a thought, that's obviously the best time to talk about it. But sometimes I struggle thinking about a topic in general, so that's why I psych myself out like, oh man, how long is it going to take me to think of something before I can talk again? And I'm just not great at explaining things in general. Excuse me. Mhm. Should go a little quicker now. Pretty much all of it's done. Yeah, I'm kind of a quiet person in general. I I had a fairly large friend group in high school, but once we all moved on to working more full time, and uh, I don't think any of the groups gotten married yet. Maybe I'm thinking about that wrong. Uh, but people have moved on. You know, some of them have girlfriends, or they're, busy working and maybe moved out of the state, and they just don't talk as often. But I don't really do a whole lot outside of working a bunch myself, and then trying my best to focus on the YouTube videos. And unfortunately, especially because I have to still pay the bills, I work 31 hours a week roughly. Um, usually that's what I get. So, a good 8 hour shift less than working 40 hours a week, but um, still enough to where I'm kept busy outside of trying to do my best for filming and editing my shorts, and doing my Bionicle mask drawings, which are the main artwork that I've been doing for a while. I guess that's why I keep bringing those up. But regardless, I I do really want to get back to doing stuff like this. This is a really big undertaking, again, kind of like Minas Tirith in general was. So, you know, large set, that means I'm going to have to do a large backdrop in order to, you know, not make it look weird. I wouldn't want to do a tiny backdrop a quarter of this size and have it sitting next to Minas Tirith. It just wouldn't do it justice. Um, so, I don't plan on, I was talking about this a little bit yesterday. I don't plan on having all of my live streams be super crazy long. I know that's probably deterring some people because they don't want to spend time watching a 7 or 8 or 9 hour live stream, but especially having the 2 times speed option, that helps a bit. Um, and having the ability to post the stream afterwards is nice, to where people, if they miss it in general, they can always come back and watch. um, where was I going with this? Essentially what I was saying is that, um, uh, rolling back to the fact that I'm worried about talking more often. I'm early on with the stream, and or not the stream, but my channel and streaming in general, to where I shouldn't be worrying about uh, trying to cater to what would be the standard of a or not a live audience, a larger live audience, um, where I'm having to constantly monitor the stream, or sorry, the live chat. But I, speaking of which, need to take a look here because I was asking how you guys' days were going. Let's see here. Yeah, but you said you're doing well. Thanks for asking. I hope you're doing well too. Mostly finished with the hard work. Very good. Yeah, doing pretty good today. I'm honestly a little bit tired, which is making my mind a little bit foggy here for trying to pay attention to what I'm doing. But um, had some coffee this morning, so that helped a little bit. And I just need to make sure that I'm getting to bed a little bit earlier. Sometimes the good old insomnia kicks in. And he said I was thinking about putting together a Lego set while watching, but couldn't decide on which set to work on. Oh, you know, that's a struggle sometimes. I have a decent amount of backlog of unopened sets, to where I need to build some of them. I don't really need to create content for every single one that I have, so I need to pick and choose some of the things that I would rather just build on my own casually and not have to worry about um, being live or just having a camera directly in front of my chest while I have. Um, it's a struggle reaching my arms around the camera and trying to make sure that I'm not bumping anything while I'm doing so and that the parts that I'm putting together are focused on the camera. Man, some of it's honestly a lot of effort that most people wouldn't think about. But that's unfortunately one of the cripples of my channel is that a lot of what I do just takes a lot of time. So unfortunately, I can't be one of these people who posts every week as far as like a long form video. I'll try to get back to doing stuff every like 3 to 4 weeks, but that's probably the best I can do. And as far as I'm sorry, I got off track with explaining myself, but whoops, it's doing the same thing with I don't even want to say the name of it, but it's recognizing me saying a word. I'm probably gonna have to shut that off. I don't even use it or like it, so that's real fun. But anyway, I'm almost done with this part here. And Gambit, as far as what set to work on, that is a good question. Obviously, I don't know exactly what sets that you have at the moment, but it's going to be a fairly long stream, so I guess you have a lot of options as far as if you want to take your time on working a smaller or working on a smaller set, or if you want to build a larger set, at a pretty decent pace while you're watching. So it's a tough one to come up with. Not sure how much I can help with that without knowing your current sets and what you can work on or what you would want to work on. But I hope you figure it out. And yeah, sorry guys, I'm just absolutely terrible at explaining myself sometimes, and I don't know if it's just the pace at which I'm talking because I guess a decent amount of the time I try actively not to speak too fast and I'm trying to enunciate as much as possible so that I'm not hard to understand for anybody. Which in general, I don't think I'm hard to understand. I'm just not used to doing um, anything where I'm recording my voice and listening back to it or just kind of seeing what other people are hearing essentially. Yeah, it's it's a weird mental thing to wrap my head around, which I know that's redundant to say, but it's yeah, it's a weird thing that you got to get past as a YouTuber, which I'm getting better at it, but um, I'm surprised that I warmed up as much as I did for doing the first stream for Minas Tirith. I thought I was going to be super quiet during it and just be kind of anxious and not know what to say, but once I start doing what I'm doing and just kind of focus in on the task at hand, then I get comfortable and it's really not bad at all. I just wish I would have taken more um, like public speaking courses or classes while I was in school. But there we go. I should be done with all of the cracks and the different wear to the bricks here. But I was thinking it's definitely very hard for me to reach all the way across to the top corner. So I'm actually going to start with that. And it's good that I have the top left corner with what's going to be the sky and just kind of a cloudy sky. You can't really see any blue from it, so it's just gray clouds. Um, but that means I don't have to worry about too much of what I'm putting down. I can just make it look cloudy. But let's see, I'll catch up with the chat here. What do we have? Amber, you said Minas Tirith, mountain bike adventure van, Bricklink popcorn wagon, or Alchemist shop. Ooh, I know one of my coworkers got the Alchemist shop, and that one was really nice. So that might be a cool one to put together. But I know um, the Bricklink sets in general are going to be a bit pricier. So it depends on if you're saving that for anything in particular, or if you're just doing it casually. But that one is really cool. And you said you're not ready for Minas Tirith due to the size, which that's fully understandable. Um, I mean, it took me 3 streams, 24 hours total, and that was over the course of 2 days back to back, and then like a 2 day gap in between, and then another stream. So even though that was in like a 5 day period, I don't know exactly what pace you're gonna go at, and of course I was talking more during building, just because of the fact that I was streaming. So that might be a little bit of an advantage for you. I'm sure you're probably as experienced with building, so you're not going to have trouble with just any of the building techniques or anything like that. You saw how it was, so you already have an idea. Um, but anyway, yeah. Let's see. I think for the sky portion, we're definitely going to do some lighter gray colors here, and I guess a decent amount of it is going to be pretty light. So what I'll do here is, rather than jumping to the lightest color that I'm going to use, usually what you want to do is create either a mid-tone for the entire section that you're drawing, or in the cloudy section, because I have to go back and forth with a gradient. I'll explain this as I'm going, but I'm going to start with Cool Gray 2. So the second gray inner, it's actually the third, because there's 0.5, 1, and then 2. But yeah, we're going to make some. Also, there is tape in the very corner here, so at some point I'll have to lift that up and color in the corner, but none of this is going to be um, completely uniform in color to where that's going to matter at any of the corners. So I can always do it at the very end. But if you guys see the white corners there from the tape being over it, don't worry, that'll get filled in at the end. So anyway, here, yeah, we're just going to kind of, especially for clouds, we're going to do a somewhat circular motion here. But we're going to just do, not exactly fully random, but we're going to make, I guess, kind of a separation in between the top portion and the lower portion of a cloud. But the lower portion would be the top cloud here, and then this will be the top of the lower cloud. But most of it's going to be pretty misty looking, so not too distinct in any way. And so far it's not too bad. Some of the markers that I have are a little bit worn out, so it depends on whether or not I'm grabbing one of the correct markers. You can also tell the angle that I'm at is being a little bit strange, but I don't think it's having trouble absorbing or absorbing too much, I guess, of the marker, so that's pretty good. I just want to make sure, I hope it doesn't dry any of them out super quickly. Again, none of it's going to be uniform, aside from the lighter colors of the bricks will be a little bit more uniform, but that's not something I have to worry about either, because I'm not going to have as much of the lighter colors that I'm using. Most of the darker colors are going to be the mountains, which are the majority of the entire page. So hopefully none of my darker colors run out on me that I don't have an extra of, because then we'll have to come up with a compromise for that. But I think, other than the section that I'm drawing in right now, I can tell this marker, I think, is getting a little worn out. But it's okay. This in general is going to make it look more cloudy, and for some of the other things more rocky, like a rocky formation. Rocky Balboa. And then I'm going to do a little bit more kind of at the bottom here, but that will be good for that marker. Because, man, it is wearing that out a bunch. And worst case scenario, I'm 99% sure this wouldn't happen, but I might as well say it now, just to prepare anybody. But if I have some form of issue um, where this isn't working and the alcohol-based markers are just completely drying out as I'm putting them down on the paper, because it is a pretty thick paper, so it would make sense that it's going to absorb a decent amount of it. And I probably should have thought more about that when I bought it, but the main thing I was looking for was something large enough and something that would work for, even though it was considered watercolor, it did say watercolor, and I think it said like not liquid media, but like wet media. So I would imagine this would work, but it could also be that this specific marker is nearly dead. So there's always that. But that's actually, I'm going to add a little bit more at the, whoops, there goes my ankle again. A little bit more at the top here. It's already kind of lightening up as I go. But we'll see with the next marker here. But anyway, worst case scenario, if I have to do something weird where I like alternate to watercolor, I do have some watercolor stuff somewhere, so I could literally write down on a piece of paper, like taking a quick break, place it on the drawing, and go set up my watercolor stuff. And not that I would want to do that, because then you would have to have certain things dry, and that would be an issue with, you know, the timing of the stream. So we don't want to have to do that, but things can always go wrong, so you never know what could happen with the stream. Anyway, I'm going to do or use a Cool Gray 1 marker now. So I'll kind of blend out from where I have already and make some other interesting shapes, and then from there I'll use like a 0.5, or maybe I'll go back over everything with a 1 again, and then after that I'll do a 0.5 to blend the very edges and the rest of it. But it's really a misty, cloudy area, so it doesn't really have a whole lot of variation or color in it. But let's catch up with the chat here. Gambit, you said I'm a slow builder, so I would probably take just as long. 24 hours seems about right for Minas Tirith, probably. Oh yeah, I completely underestimated it. I don't know why. Originally, I was thinking it was going to be 12 hours for me, but it was legitimately double that. So it's a big set, that's for sure. And you said maybe I'll do the popcorn wagon. It's a 594 piece set, so that will be a good set for this live stream. Yeah, that would be a decent size. I know I think the alchemist shop is a couple thousand parts, right? If I'm not mistaken. And then you said, have you ever tried opening up the markers and adding alcohol to the marker as long as it's alcohol based? I haven't done that. That's a good idea. I know there's the two ends of the marker, so I'm not entirely sure, other than taking out the felt tips. I think that would be the main way you would refill it. But what would I use? Like isopropyl alcohol, or like, you know, rubbing alcohol? What exactly would work for that? I mean, are you saying even drinking alcohol would work for that? Like if I wanted to put whiskey in it? I'm obviously not going to do that for the stream here, but that would be funny if that just works in general. So I'm going to move to a Cool Gray 1 here and start coloring in from the edges and kind of over everything. If that makes sense. Ooh, and I'll have to, man, cool gray 1 almost looks a little darker than 2. But it could just be that the paper is kind of wet and it's absorbing more. So I have to maybe get used to moving faster here. It's for sure a different texture from when I usually like draw my Bionicle masks and any of that type of stuff. So yeah, I really hope this doesn't completely dry up my markers. I wouldn't want to have to end the stream today and have like an emergency retimed stream. That would not be fun. But I would definitely at least try to do the watercolor, and most of this is a gray color, so I wouldn't really have to worry about any of the bleeding. But when you do watercolor, it's, you know, it's a decent amount of soaking into the paper, and that very well could be what's affecting all of this right now, which I'm sure it is what's going on. I'm gonna go up into here. It's also kind of a problem that I'm having to extend my arms so far this way just to color everything down. So that's why I'm getting some of the doubled up, like darker areas just popping up. Which, I mean, it kind of adds an effect, so I'm not too upset about that, but I want to make sure, obviously I just started, so I want to make sure it's going well. And also, sorry if my mouth is dry here, I need to get a drink in a moment. I can already tell that's going on. Goodness. Okay. First we're going to do that. And it really doesn't look too bad. Especially looking at the stream, you know, it's a little messy looking, but that is also because I'm going around in a circular pattern and kind of going over the same areas, which is somewhat intentional for creating a misty look, but also some of it, like I said, I'm at more of an extended reach and angle for just doing this in general, so it's kind of hard to keep track of where this is rotating. Okay, well that was Cool Gray 1, which is odd because Cool Gray 1 is usually not super dark, but it's, that almost looks like I placed Cool Gray 2 down and initially Cool Gray 3, so it's like it's twice as dark as it normally seems, but at the same time I could be wrong about that. Also, before I move to 0.5, which is next, I want to add a little bit more. Did I just hear? I hope there wasn't a fly that entered my room here. I don't want that buzzing back and forth. I need to break up this area. I don't want it to be like an X shape, but I want to add something kind of here. And then I want to make this a little more broken up here. Yeah, definitely some weird patterns going on, but that's more of, I think it's because I'm not staying down on the paper long enough for it to absorb. That might also be the issue. But sorry, I'm kind of thinking to myself about what could be going on. Okay, I'm making sure I didn't miss anything here, but yeah, I definitely haven't used or opened up any of the alcohol markers and tried to use any, not replacement ink, because I know you can do that with like Copic markers, and I'm sure there's other brands that do the same thing. Yeah, it's weird how much lighter this is, which it doesn't look bad along with that, but we'll have to do a little bit more blending in between it. Yeah, I need to move a little bit slower for it to catch the color. That's definitely some of what's going on. But I think we'll be good. We just might go through a couple of markers here, which was kind of expected. I did buy a decent amount of the new color, or sorry, not new colors, but replacements for um, some of the gray markers because I knew I'd be using a lot of that. So I got like another two, three, four, and I think like a five and a seven, unless it's 2 through 6. But they usually make, I don't know why I found them in odd numbers to where it's usually I found or find they do have like the 0.5, 1, 2, and 3, but usually it's 5 and then 7 and 9. I've never found a cool gray 8, so I don't know if it exists. Um, but 4 is less common and 6 is less common. I don't know why they don't why they don't make them as much. It seems like you would want to have the in between for doing finer blending. And yeah, it's looking a little wacky at first, but I'm sure getting used to the pacing at which I should be letting the color absorb, I think it'll start to look better. So it's probably good that I started up in the clouds where it's supposed to be a weird marbly cloudy look, but we'll add more to this and blend it more thoroughly. I'm really having a tough time moving through this area. I don't know if it's a drier spot of the paper, which I don't think they um, do anything with stretching or wetting and stretching the paper, which is usually what you're supposed to do for watercolor. Um, which Gambit, you might know that. But, excuse me, yeah, I don't know why my mouth and my throat is really dry at the moment. But I don't think they did anything as far as that goes. Usually they save that for whoever buys the product, but just seems like some of the areas are struggling taking in the ink. It's a good learning experience, though. I'll avoid getting this type of paper in the future, and I'm not going to be doing as many large backdrops like this at Barradour if I build that in the near future, which I'm going to take a break with some of the larger sets, and of course I need to focus on my full-length videos, and I'm working on a Cairo ambush mock at the moment, so it might still take another week and a half or 2 weeks before I'm able to post that, just because I'm still in the building process. But once I'm fully good to go with building it, then I'll start filming and kind of going over. Uh, I do want to add more of the, not behind the scenes, but what the thought process was like in building it. So uh, I'll have different points at which I'm like kind of putting the set together as the video goes on and explaining why I chose certain parts, and maybe sprinkling in some clips of like the reference material that I used. That way people can see what I'm talking about. But um, I'll have, if I'm doing smaller sets and smaller mocks, then I'll be able to do backdrops that don't take me as long, and those can be some of the shorter streams that'll be like 3.5, 4, maybe like a 5-hour stream at the most. But I need to try. I mean, that's even a long stream too, like a 4 or 5 hour stream. Um, Anything above like even threes pushing it. But at the same time, um, I'm sure I'll find other ideas too, to where I'll want to. Geez, and the ankle click is real again. I'm also going to add in some of the cool gray 3 in just a couple spots and blend it in. And I get some darker variation, but just a couple spots. Not very much. These will be the very dark areas of where the sky is covered up by the thick clouds. Actually, I'll color that in. Yeah, I think that's good. But now I need to go back to Cool Gray 2. Whoops, almost used the blunt end. But we're going to blend that out a little bit more. Hopefully it doesn't start getting too dark here, which I don't think it'll be an issue per se, but man, it's already getting pretty lightened. But if I work at it a little bit, it definitely blends together a tiny bit better. It's kind of strange looking though. We'll have to see if there's any fixes for that type of stuff. That's Cool Gray 2. Whoops. Use Cool Gray 1 some more. Put that in. It almost feels like some of the markers are just being inconsistent with how they're bleeding out the color. Which not a huge problem, but if I was doing a different type of picture where it had to have more uniform color, that would be a very bad problem. It wouldn't work out. Sorry, I hope I haven't missed anything in chat. I'll look in a moment here. And if I have any new viewers that I haven't said anything to, welcome into the live stream here. Sorry if my audio is terrible. Yeah, next paycheck that I get, I'm going to be working on ordering a mic because it's overdue. I'm just really focusing on where I'm blending stuff in, making sure it looks okay as I'm going along. And some of it will, just because it's going to start drying as I lift it up, it's going to get a little lighter than its current state, but if you put it down in layers, it's definitely going to get darker and darker. So gradually doing that is really nice for blending, especially in the lighter areas. I almost want to use it as a tool to smooth all the other colors out that are either not quite blending together or have some harder edges. And I do have a colorless blender to where I can use that as well. But for this ankle, it's driving me nuts. For starters, though, it's not bad. I think I might end up coming back to that just to see if I can work out the color a little bit better, but it's really not too bad for what it is. I'm gonna grab some more to drink here. And let's see. Oh man. Yeah, we got some trolls in the chat now. Gambit, did you ever decide on which set you were going to work on? Are you definitely going to do the popcorn wagon? Also, I'm going to see if I can. I probably can delete this, can I? Yeah. There we go. Not that I want to silence people at all, but we're not doing all that because, again, we want to stay positive on the channel. I know about the whole situation with that, but we're really not going to get into anything regarding negativity and just uh, things going on in the LEGO community that have nothing to do with just everybody's average everyday life. So I just realized there's a hair up there, but I know that might be offensive to some people if they might hear that and think that I don't care, because obviously that situation sucks. But that's all I'm going to comment on it, because I don't even know all the details, and we don't know the truth either. So people need to chill out and stop talking about stuff that's not even necessarily true, or they don't know the details on. Okay. I'm deciding if I want to start on the brickwork or if I want to move right into the mountains at the back. I do want to work my way from the top left and out to the opposite side, or at least down to the bottom half at first, and then maybe I'll work my way out to the right side. But for now, I'm going to be leaving the Tree of Gondor just blank. I'm not sure if I want to have it like a stark white or if I want to have it darker color later on, so I'm going to leave it blank to decide on that. But I do know the rocks are going to be a lighter color, so I do want to actually start with that if possible. Let's see here. I'm also going to grab some backups if I need them. So another 0.5. Let's see if I have another cool grade 1. There we go. Do I have another 2? No, it's a warm gray 2. Here's a cool gray 2. We have... I don't think I have any other 3s at the moment, but that's okay. Maybe same with 4. But I have another 5, 7, and 9. So I have some backups in case I need them. I also, one thing I want to do is, let's see if I have a, what's it called? Powder 27. I think that is the one that's closest. I do want to give this kind of a pale, not like a yellow to white, but in some areas I do want to test this a little bit. This is called powder pink, which is number 27 is what it's designated as a color. But I'm actually going to start on some of these bricks. That way I can really gauge what's going on with the marker. Not issue, but you know, it's definitely absorbing kind of weird. So I'll make sure it's not going to affect too much. But yeah, maybe around some of the actual underside of the bricks, or like the lines in between the bricks, I'm just going to be drawing below. But I think I want to add some of that, and maybe a little bit around the very edge of the stone. That way it's showing more that it's inset and not in front of the rocks. But it could also look the other way around. It's incomplete at the moment, so it's hard to really use contrast when you don't have anything down yet. But yeah, we're gonna add some of this kind of like a peachy yellow, yellow, man, a peachy yellow color. And that's me combining words in my head, and sometimes I have an issue with that. But anyway, we're gonna continue on with some of this. So I didn't want it to have a perfectly stark white color to it, so adding a little yellow or like a peachy yellow color, and then we're going to go over most of this with a lighter gray. I just don't want it to match necessarily the sky. The only issue is that the lightest part of that sky there is um, uh, the lightest gray that I have, which honestly, looking at my reference photo, I think it is fairly close to Minas Tirith is, bright white when it's in the sunlight, but when it's in the dark, it is kind of a lightish gray color like that. So um, obviously, this is going to be covered up by Minas Tirith. I don't have to worry about it not matching perfectly. Yeah, I was wondering, not to go back to the topic at hand, but I was wondering when I was going to have a troll show up in the live stream, or just probably somebody scrolling through their feed or whatever else. Hopefully, not a subscriber. I'm going to take note of who that is. And honestly, I'll say it now. If people harass me in any way, or you know just start going into some controversial stuff on my channel, I'm probably going to block them from viewing my channel. I don't remember if that's fully possible. I know there's some options as far as um, stopping them from being able to comment and stuff like that. But again, really not wanting to silence people either. I just, if people are going to be trolls, they're obviously just going to be completely negative and don't need to bring my channel down. So please don't do that. If you join the stream, don't start going hard with like harassing me or being all negative about the Lego community in general with anything going on at the moment, because it's not what the stream here is about. We're legitimately just working on artwork that has to do with Minas Tirith and Lord of the Rings, and that's all it's about. So we're gonna have fun with it, and at the end of the stream, I'll not undo. I'll take the tape off of the corners and of course fill in where I need to, and I'll have to. What I might do just to make it a little more less jarring, or it's not a little more less jarring, just a little less jarring for you guys. Um, I'll go ahead and place my phone down and kind of cover up the camera so that it fades to black essentially, and then I'll get this set up behind Minas Tirith. And I don't want to show too much of my current room setup, because although I do want to at some point show you guys more of my collection and my setup, I don't have everything organized as I want it. So not ready to show more than just a few things, or not really a few things. It's just going to be the top of my dresser that Minas Tirith is on, and there's a shelf directly above it that has my Xbox on it that I've had since like 2018. It's an Xbox One X, if anybody's wondering. But, excuse me. So that's right above Minas Tirith, and then my TV right above that. So that might be in the shot a tiny bit, but I'm just trying to avoid showing anything that I don't feel like having be a part of my channel at some point. I don't want people to get excited about, oh, you have that, when it's something that I'm just going to keep personal and not show on the channel or whatever else. And not that I want to hide any of my collection from people, but there just might not be stuff that I end up wanting to get to at some point, and it's just something that I've had for whatever reason. So maybe it's not something that I necessarily even like a whole bunch, but if that were the case it probably wouldn't be displayed and or out and about. So um, yeah, the main themes that I like are Harry Potter is what I grew up with starting out. So 2001 and up started with that, and um, like the Marvel sets, I started to get some of those. I think I only got the um, Hulk's helicarrier breakout or whatever that's called, and then the Captain America motorcycle set. So I only had two of the four Avengers sets when those came out, but ended up getting the other two later on, so I was able to cover all four of them on my channel, or I think I did all four. So yeah, stuff like that, where maybe I'll have a set that somebody thinks I have like the full theme of, and they're like, "Oh, you should do this other set from that," and I'll be like, "Sorry, I don't have the set. I'm not going to spend like $200-300 just to get it if it's not something I want." Um, I don't know why I'm going into a whole spiel about this, but it's been a. It seems at least like it's been a really long day so far. I've went out and gotten some dog food and taken my dogs on a couple of walks, and um, done a little organization around the house and in my room here. Got set up for the stream, and I'm still a bit exhausted for staying up too late in the past day or two, but part of that's just because I was working on the stream in the last couple of days, and uh, that not necessarily put my sleep behind, but I was probably in my head a little bit more from having worked on it and then not anxious about finishing it, but ready to. Um, Jeez, the ankle cracks. Really sorry about that, guys. It's like uncontrollable. It's just me moving my ankle in a certain way, and it just like, oh, sorry. But yeah, it's not me like to where I can avoid. Oh, see, there we go. It's not me to where I can avoid shifting my ankle in a certain angle, which that's kind of hard to say. But it's just that, yeah, it's random when it happens, so I can't even predict how I move my ankle, and it's going to do that essentially. But yeah, I'm somewhat tired, so between that and trying to focus on this, I knew it was going to possibly be a more laid back stream, but um, yeah, that's really all I have to say about that. Sometimes I think I need to elaborate way more than I do. Let's see. So Gambit, you said alcohol markers rely on a solvent, usually ethanol or isopropyl, propanol. Sorry, to carry the dye to the paper. When markers dry out, the dye often remains in the nib, but the alcohol evaporates, causing the ink. And then it says our whiskey is not. Yeah, definitely. I figured that whiskey would not be recommended. I just suggesting that out loud, it sounded very strange. I was like, yeah, I'm sure that doesn't work, but figured I would say it just in case. So I could try that out. We'll see. You know what? I'm gonna double check to see if I have some at the moment, and while I run out of the room, I'm going to, aside from the felt tip, I don't know if there is any way to open the marker aside from that. So I'm gonna double check and see what my options are if I need to. But thanks for the suggestion, Gambit. I appreciate that. Yeah, I do have some. I'm drawing a blank if maybe it's similar to like aluminium and aluminum. If oh god, my ankles. If isopropanol and isopropyl are different or if they're the same. I don't know if that matters at all because I know you also said what was the other one? Uh, I'm looking back at it and I can't find it. Ethanol for the other one. So yeah, obviously I don't have any ethanol on hand. What I'm probably going to do is just get through most of the stream here, and I'll sorry, my brother's coming in at the moment, but and of course, but yeah, I'll go ahead and finish as much as I can here. Pretty much, I intend to finish the whole thing, and at the very end of the stream, or just whenever I get off, I'll look into getting something to where I can refill the markers, or not necessarily the color itself, but the ethanol, or if I can use isopropyl alcohol, which I don't know if that would work, then I could try to fill it up afterwards. But I don't think it's going to be an issue at the moment. This marker seems to be going down really well, so I think it was also just the angle at which I was uh, working with the last portion. So yeah, this should be okay. It shouldn't be a problem for the whole stream. And I'll be switching back and forth between different types of markers too. So that'll that'll kind of blend in any of the texturing that's going on. Plus, there's going to be foliage or some type of trees up in the mountains, and um, some of that texture will also play into the texture that I want. So that's also another good thing about artwork is being able to work with what's going on and being able to work around things. So not necessarily something that I always look forward to or ever look forward to, but um, I'm always willing to have that or prepared for that to happen at least. And usually it works out, but sometimes it can definitely be a big problem, or I'll just do something completely wrong and not have to scrap it just because I think it's bad. But if it's like an issue to where it's like, yeah, I can't fix that, then I move on, restarting it or do something different. But another thing that I wanted to bring up too is that I had to really brainstorm some ideas for excuse me. I'm working on a secondary or just a second version of my light box that I use to film in for my videos. And one of the issues with my first light box, or just the current one that I use for filming my shorts at the moment and some portions of the Bionicle masks, but I used to, of course, film in it for full length videos too. Um, it's gotten some wear and tear over the past three and a half years at this point. So well, not really 3.5 years. It's been a little over 3 years since I started. Um, I I've definitely used it enough to where it's starting to not fall apart, but I have this support going from one end to the other at the top so that it doesn't bow in on the sides, and that one side of it came unglued, so I just have it kind of propped up on top, and the one side is bowing in a little bit, and that holds it on top, but it's not an issue for filming. I just have for the sides some diffuser panels for the lights, but with my new light box, which is what I was getting to, is that um, I'm going to be building something a lot stronger. Oh, and sorry, I was actually explaining what the problem with my first light box is. I'll trail off a thought like that and just completely miss what the goal of what I was speaking about was. I apologize for that. But anyway, for the old light box, I uh, I wanted it to be as wide as possible that I could shoot in or film in. So I opted for curving the sides instead of the bottom and the back. Uh, so that allowed for me to, it's like the side corners that I curved. So it allows for me to pan uh, a pretty decent angle so that I don't have to worry about like the very corner of the light box being in a shot or whatever else. But the new light box isn't going to have sides at all. It's just going to have a. Jeez, my brother's really being loud. I might have to tell him to quiet down in a moment here. I should have left a note, but it's just not being respectful. Anyway, completely lost my train of thought from that. So the old light box is just what I was getting at is it's not good anymore. So the new one that I'm building, all of that doesn't matter. I'm not even going to re-explain any of it. Kind of irritated at the moment from my brother doing all of that. He, I don't know why, he always has to be so assertive and loud when he's coming in. But anyway, man, I'm just not dialed in at the moment. Sorry, guys. I'm really kind of irritated because of that. But the new light box is going to be a lot more sturdy, and it's going to have the curved back to the bottom, or sorry, bottom to the back side. So you won't see a line going across the back of the light box anymore. That was the main issue with the last one. Um, but I'm going to make it a lot taller too. So that way, any sets like if I was filming Baradur in there, or any of the taller sets in general, should fit to where I can fit them in frame. But I'm building it just as wide or slightly wider than it was before. I don't need to close in the sides at all. That was kind of pointless for diffusing the lights, and they don't do a whole lot. They do kind of stop the shadows from uh, casting in one direction or the other if I have multiple lights on. But I do need to get some better forward facing light. So partially what I can do, and I don't really need to get new lights. I have a couple of box lights that I'm using at the moment um, for the live stream. So it's probably going to be those that I'm setting next to me into the light box as I'm filming. All right, let me see. I'll catch up with the chat here, guys. I guess there's nothing new. I Not necessarily that I expected anything new, but I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Hope the set build is going good if you've started Gambit. But yeah, the kind of tannish yellow look to this, it might look kind of off at the moment, but that's part of trusting the drawing process. I'm not trying to have it look like Hogwarts or anything like that to where it's tan. But once I put the gray over this, it'll really um, desaturate it to where it is closer to like a really light tan color. But that'll just be at these edges, so it'll look like a off-white color almost. Um, just going to help the bricks not be a solid stark white, which Minas Tirith is pretty clean looking, but if you know went up close to the walls and looked, there's obviously going to be a lot of ash and soot and dirt, and um, there's multiple areas that have cracks in them and from battle damage. So uh, I didn't want to, even though this is supposed to be like behind the interior of Minas Tirith, um, to where this would technically be part of the interior and maybe a cleaner look. I also kind of wanted to just, man, I can't talk. I kind of wanted it to look like it's just more ruined from being inset to the mountain. Sometimes I swear, not that I'm making fun of people who like are diagnosed with autism, but I'm convinced that I might at this point. And in all seriousness, obviously, people that are uh, very gifted with arts and other things like that can be very autistic. So it's not like it's far off from being a possibility. But man, if at all, it's obviously um, fairly minor to where I can still function and articulate fairly normally. But I just I trip over my own words constantly, and that's part of the reason why I have trouble explaining myself for whatever I want to talk about, because I just can't put together the correct thoughts. Like I can't comprehend exactly what I want to explain, even though I know exactly what it is in my head, if that makes sense. Or I can't articulate it, is the best way to put it, even though I can comprehend it. Hopefully my head isn't in the shot here. No, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, we're moving along pretty good here now. Missed, not exactly like fully missed some of the areas in here because I don't need to do all of this around the border, but I want to make sure most of it is um, kind of shadowed in. Also, I need to try and stop saying so constantly, but I from now on I'm also going to not call myself out for that. Otherwise, it's going to be more, well, other than trying to be conscious or jeez, trying to be conscious of saying it less. I'm just not going to call myself out for it, if that makes sense. Guys, I'm struggling today. It's not working out. I know I'm not going to be completely composed for every single stream or video that I do, to where I'm might be tired some days, or I might be just having a bad day to where I'm not focused as much as I usually am. But obviously, we plan for things to ideally go as well as possible. And it's frustrating when they don't. Okay, it's not bad. There we are. Try to finish this up at the top here. That way I can move down and not have to worry about extending my arm so far. But yeah, this marker is not having any issues, so it might have just been the grays that are not really having trouble blending together, but maybe the uh, thickness of the paper is just soaking it in too much to where it's um, absorbing down before it's absorbing out and blending. But with a lot of this, I don't have to worry too much about blending. It's more about layering. So with the different colors that I'll use in the mountain, it'll hide a lot of that. Again, I won't have to think too much about what I'm placing down or where I'm blending stuff together. The main thing that I'll have to worry about is, as I'm placing in the color, where to put the lighter colors and the darker colors at first, and then everything from there will be a piece of cake. But you got to make the ridges of the mountain make sense. Sorry, I hope I haven't missed anything else in chat here. No. But yeah, this is all fairly simple to do. Not worrying about exactly where I'm hitting uh, the lines and how thick they are. I obviously don't want to make it like absurdly thick to where it's like double where anything else is, but it doesn't have to be perfectly even going along, and it doesn't have to be like this shape right here. You guys probably can't make that out in the camera, but it kind of rounds out and comes in. So it's not like a perfect straight up and down or vertical line. And some of them I'm placing up on the top of the lower line, and most of them I'm placing on the bottom of the upper line. So like everything going across, but every now and then I'm making it look like there's a difference in some of them, as if there's like a brick popping out just a little further, or maybe inset a little further. Not exactly what or sorry, not sure exactly what it would change. But yeah, kind of back to what I was saying, one of the main worries I had about my channel is, even though I know I can function and talk with people perfectly fine, I still do struggle quite hard with it. So, which that sounds completely contradicting, but I struggle as far as A, anxiety, and B, um, whatever else is going on, to where it could be not exactly if it is autism or something like that, but clearly there's something making it a little bit more of a crutch for me. Or crutch is probably not the right term, but anyway, you guys probably know what I mean. That's part of the explanation right there. See, I can't even, terminology is not my strong suit at all. I know words and their definitions, but can't pick out the right one in the right situation. And then I mix them together. Yeah, once I have this stuff done, the rest of the brick shouldn't be too hard because it's just a couple shades of the gray, and I might add a tiny bit of some green in there in some areas, looking like a slight growth on maybe some of the bottom portions, or like some moss. Uh, Again, with Minas Tirith being mainly clean looking, it's not going to have very much of that, but possibly towards the bottom where it's got more um, exposure to water or moisture. But yeah, this is making the um, each of the bricks look a little bit more uneven and not perfectly cut, even though the darker lines are uh, roughly a 90-degree angle in the corners, making some areas look rounded and um, bowed in a little bit or outward. The interesting thing is I watch a fair amount of YouTube videos, or always have, and they, when I say they, it's hard to explain who, but people who, I guess, any of these influencers or other YouTubers or whoever else are giving suggestions about, oh, you should do this or that with your channel, or whatever else. I don't need to elaborate on that, but essentially I've heard that, if I can even remember where I was going with this, man, shoot, I literally don't. See, that's a problem I have, is I'll think that, hey, I'm explaining this in a way that doesn't make sense. So let me give more detail and more detail and more detail, and then I lose track of where I'm going. That's kind of what happens to me. But if I think of what I was just trying to say again, then I'll let you guys know. At this point, I do not remember at all. But I definitely worry about how much I'm able to keep up with an audience on YouTube because I'm obviously not that interesting of a person. Although I might be doing something interesting when I'm speaking, no. And even if you guys want to be nice and be like, no, you're definitely no. Sorry, guys, I don't find myself as an interesting person. That's how I feel. But that's part of the reason why I'm so quiet and just not talking about much. Is like, man, I don't really have anything to say. It's kind of boring. So that's why I worry. Hopefully, I can, succeed decently on YouTube when I'm recording my commentary for my videos. I'm doing it after the fact, and sometimes I have to re-record lines over and over and over again because it just doesn't sound right, or I have to reword it. Which I know that's a normal thing for other people, but the extent that I'm doing it to is actually not good because I'm taking too long just to speak in my videos, which I don't want to have to get to that point where I'm like, hey, maybe I should use AI to create my commentary for my videos. At one point, I thought about it, but I also don't want to be um, less authentic to what I've originally done with my channel. So if I've always voiced it myself, I'm not gonna want to, have AI voice it necessarily for me, even if it made the work easier. Um, but even though I'm inconsistent with my uploading, and it's been a while since I've made a long form video, those take a lot of time too. Because if I'm recording um, one of my shorts on YouTube that's a minute long, sometimes those will take me like 45 minutes to record just because I'm having trouble with the commentary. So imagine guys doing an 8 to 10 minute video. So 8 to 10 times that amount of 45 minutes long struggling. Uh, that's not how it should go. It should take like a half an hour to do the whole 8 to 10 minutes. But I really thought being 3 years in, I would get better and better with it. But so far, it's still quite a bit of a struggle. Thanks, Gambit. I appreciate you. Thanks. I've definitely been told by people that I have a lot of talent, which is for sure not the first time that I've heard that, and I don't disagree in any way. But like I was saying, other than maybe some things that I do that are interesting, like my artwork, as far as speaking goes, I don't find myself interesting at all because I struggle so hard with trying to articulate myself that I think I lose people really quick. Like they're like, "Ooh, this guy doesn't know how to talk." And that's probably why a lot of people are popping in and out of the stream because, they'll hear my audio quality, and even if what I'm doing looks interesting enough, uh, if they hear me, I'm sure this is more of me just in my head, but at the same time, I'm sure at least some of it's accurate that people are probably entering my stream and hearing the quality of the audio and just my boring, what I've been told many times, monotone voice, uh, that I'm just not interesting. Oh no, this isn't something I'm gonna spend time watching because it's boring. So I'm mainly doing this because I'm wanting to get the work done, and it's better to have an ability to interact with you guys while I'm getting the work done. Otherwise, this would just be me recording, uh, like a not stop motion, but a speed drawing essentially of my artwork. Which at this rate, since I'm doing a couple of streams for such a large drawing, um, I can't really all in one go film like 12 hours of drawing or something like that and be able to get away with my phone not overheating or it not saving properly. I would definitely have to split it into two parts, kind of like how I'm even splitting the stream into two parts. Uh, but yeah, I guess the main thing that I'm saying about that is with the streaming being so long for all of this, that's a huge deterrent in general. And even if I had something shorter for doing the artwork with my normal size backdrops, um, I would probably just be filming that the same way, like a um, speed drawing or whatever. But this I kind of had to do the live because if I wanted to have footage of it, it makes more sense for the live to archive automatically, especially being under 12 hours for each of the streams. So don't have to worry about exporting anything or editing anything together. Um, so yeah, that is a really nice aspect, but I also kind of, to be honest with you guys, dreaded it because I knew that I just was not gonna have an easy time with talking and being interesting. I did better than I thought I did for sure with the Minas Tirith build, and I mean even this stream here too. I'm not unimpressed with how I'm doing, but I'm also very aware of my difficulties with speaking. So sometimes I get more in my head about it because I become more aware when I start either slurring more and more words or like just whatever else, or just things happen that are catching my attention far too frequently and they just don't need to be important, but I make them important, I guess, or that I care about them too much. Anyway, elaborating way too much about that. So I am going to start coloring in the bricks here with starting with just 0.05, or sorry, 0.5 or zero point 0.5, if I could even say that properly. Goodness. Yeah, I'm going to color all the bricks in here. And Gambit, you said, dang, you're too hard on yourself. I have the same problem. It's hard for me to talk about one thing and doing something completely different. If you talk about that, or sorry, what you're doing, it's much easier. Well, see, that's the problem too. I don't know how well I explained all of that in general because I get where you're coming from as far as that. I don't know if you have the same issue as far as like stumbling over your words constantly or like legitimately mixing two words together, which is like, I don't know how to put it other than like a form of dyslexia for speaking. I don't know how to say that, but regardless, yeah, I don't know. Not that I'm saying you don't have the same thing, but I don't know how well I explained what I go through either, if that makes sense. I feel I feel brain dead compared to other people sometimes. Okay, so not looking too bad. Still looking a little dark. Not exactly the color that I would have wanted. But at the same time, um, it matches not closely. Uh, it is the same color as the lighter marker, but with the yellowy tan in there, it obviously changes it a tiny bit. But it's kind of reflecting the color of the sky, which would make sense for a building. But the mountains behind it should definitely bring it out and make it look lighter, which that was my goal for the sky too, because it's supposed to look like light is illuminating from, even though they're darker clouds, lights coming through there. So gotta have that in contrast a lot lighter than everything else. Same thing with the brickwork here. But yeah, unless I left this completely stark white, it would not have been possible. Also, I don't know why there's randomly a gnat in here right now. I actually have a blanket over my door because I had to remove my door for remodeling my room, and I need to get a new one soon. So obviously, it's possible for it to fly through the edge of the blanket somewhere, but that's really annoying. I don't have any food or anything in here. Now that I remodeled the room, I'm keeping it as clean as possible and not wearing shoes or anything in here. Um, so yeah, I don't know why there's a gnat in here right now, but uh, if that keeps flying in front of the camera, I'm going to be a little annoyed about that too. Sorry, I don't mean to be so negative about all that and get into a semi-depressed sounding mood, but at the same time, I'm sure uh, some of the people watching probably go through some of the same. Uh, I don't know how to describe it, but I guess just not feeling super energetic and enthusiastic every single day. So I guess that's one off-putting thing to me about some YouTubers is even though you obviously have to sell um, your point of your video or like the uh, sorry, I'm definitely having trouble explaining this. Even though people have to, of course, capture an audience by being energetic and enthusiastic, uh, it's not exactly that I feel that it's super off-putting or anything, but I'm sure some of you guys get the same feeling that it feels kind of fake because we all know not everybody's always, sorry, when I say not everybody, nobody is always that happy all the time. And if somebody's posting videos all the time where they're just super enthusiastic, it seems kind of like, well, obviously you have to do that for the video, but it's kind of staged. Anyway, I'm not trying to put anybody down who does that. I feel really bad. I'm like bringing these negative topics up, and I don't want to like pick out a certain group of people or anything and just be like, well, yeah, I feel bad for these people because they blah blah blah. But here comes this gnat again. Goodness, yep, flying right over the paper. I'm gonna try to get it once I see it here, but I can't have that, of course. I'm sure it's maybe not very noticeable in the stream or watching it from my phone, but man, every time that I start drawing and I have my hand doing something, that's when it flies right over. So I love to have it fly over while I'm still and have the ability to, maybe clap clap it out of the air. But no, it happens to be literally every time I draw. So maybe the scent of the alcohol marker is attracting it or something, but goodness, you really don't want that. Anyway, yeah, I don't mean to be negative about any of these groups of people doing stuff like that, but I preferably would like to be more real with you guys. And like, if I'm having a bad day, I'm gonna maybe if it's a day that I would normally post something, if it's been like a really rough one and I'm like struggling to get something posted because it's just not been a good day, obviously I'm gonna be real with you guys and like make a post about it and be like, yeah, it's just not working out. No short for today or no video for today. And yeah, that could happen here and there. But um, obviously, a little contradicting to me. Constantly talking about how I want to be as positive as possible on the channel. Obviously, that doesn't really negate that either. Um, but here, I'm just making sure I'm shading that in the rest of the way, giving a little bit more. Um, there it is again, and it's actually right on the paper. Oh goodness, I'm really sorry if there's anybody listening with headphones on. I'm not going to do that anymore. I didn't think about that until as I was doing it. That probably would have been deafening. I don't know how loud that was. But I'm trying my best at the moment to just get in a better mood and kind of hone back in on what I'm doing. I just feel really uninteresting at the moment, and part of it's like it's not what's the word that I'm looking for? It's not that I don't want to do streams anymore because I don't have a huge audience for them, because I knew that wouldn't be the case from the very beginning. Um, and I'm more so doing these so I have my own uh, log of the different stuff that I've worked on, and obviously to interact with you guys more, because other than comments on my videos, that was really my only way to interact until I did lives. So, well, that and posts, which would be the same thing with comments, but uh, regardless, I sorry, I was slightly losing my train of thought. But with the lives, I definitely I definitely don't want to just be like super quiet and depressed seeming and like all negative. So definitely not the case for the day, or today. I'm in a pretty decent mood. I'm just um, when things get frustrating as far as either the way the artwork's going or just like having random things and like my brother coming and being loud, or having the person trolling in the comments there. Uh, Sometimes it's a little harder to put a smile on my face, I guess is the best way to put it. Just like, okay, here we go, having to deal with this. Which again, yeah, it's normal. You guys know how it is. Alrighty. Definitely looking a bit gray. Obviously, it's a gray marker, but again, my only other option would have been the stark white paper, which I am going to possibly do that for the uh, Tree of Gondor, but I don't want that to look like just a super clean rune symbol in the middle, and I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to develop um, the blank areas and like what color they're going to be on the inside, but I don't want it to just look like a blank logo almost, but it's getting covered up regardless. Yeah, and it's unfortunate that I can't listen to any type of music without, I don't need to monetize any type of stream, but I'm not really wanting to have some type of flag on my channel because I have music going on in the background for a stream. I obviously know that can be a huge problem, or it usually is a huge problem. Um, so yeah, usually I'm listening to music while I'm drawing, and it's easier for me to just be silent and focusing on what I'm doing. But it's also not hard to kind of multitask by when I'm coloring something in that's not like super hard to think about. Like I'm just filling in the full shape of the bricks. Um, it's not as hard to come up with things to say, but man, I really do struggle sometimes, and that's going to make it hard for me to capture any type of audience that's going to make the reach of my lives or my videos increase, because obviously that's what I want for my channel, is to build subscribers and watch hours, because again, I'm not really getting very many watch hours for my channel. Not that I'm complaining about that, but it's low return. So when I have people like, um, not that everybody is or that anybody has been, but if there are any people upset about me taking so long with, posting a long form video, part of it's just because the amount of work that I have to put into it is exhausting. And then I end up posting it and it's like, oh, cool, I got a couple thousand views, but then I'll go to relax and I'm watching a video in the evening and it's like, oh, cool, this person that uh, did a mock build and they have their thumbnail that's like their face all expressive and like pointing to the set and whatever else, like the Mr. Beast style thumbnails. And it's like, oh, cool, they have like 100 and some thousand views on their video in the last day or two that they've posted it. And can't say that I'm not a little bit jealous, because it's kind of envious at the very least. Um, it's kind of depressing when you feel like you're an artist or somebody that puts a lot of work and effort into your craft, and then you see these other people that, although they put a lot of work and effort into creating the video, a lot of the time it's people that are um, not collaborating with like another creator, but like they have a channel manager or people that work on their editing, and uh, maybe they already have a following to where when they create their videos they have enough funding to just completely work on it, not focus on anything else. And then, which I obviously that's mostly the case for people who are successful on YouTube. They're not doing any other things aside from maybe their uh, merch and brand deals and whatever subscription based things that they might have. But for me, it feels like, because there's multiple people collaborating on a project, that it's obviously spreading the workload. So you have the main person that's like the face of the channel, and they're coming up with ideas at least partially or maybe fully, and then they're really just having to be in it and do a good job of performing for the video. And they probably had a lot of help with doing their project in general. But then there's just, me working singularly as an artist and using my phone for filming and editing, no mic. And yeah, like I had to kind of start that way. Not that I really like wanted to, it was my only option. I'm sure most people don't want to do that ideally, but then I ended up getting used to like the editing process on my phone and whatever else, to where it's like, well, I don't have like a ton of money extra to invest in a nice camera, so why set aside the money for that now until I potentially have better following, to where, oh, now I'm monetized and now I can afford to get a better camera and upgrade my channel. Because that's not necessarily me waiting for the best time. It kind of is, but uh, more financially waiting for the best opportunity to do stuff like that. But yeah, it seems like people who, of course, have higher income or better financial ties, whether it's like people that help them invest in stuff or just invest into their video or whatever else, I know this is a long-winded explanation, but yeah, it's really depressing to see some of these people that are easily making hundreds of thousands of views and a lot of money. And to be quite frank, again, they're definitely putting a lot of time and effort into it, but as an artist, doing the physical labor of all of it and being the sole person to do it, um, again, this is just my own opinion, I should say, and really elaborate or not elaborate, emphasize that. It's just my opinion, but I personally feel like those people have it a little bit easier because they're working with a full team or at least a couple people, and those people can either uh, kind of cheer them on and be their support through the process, and like obviously they help each other uh, in completing the task at hand. But if you don't have anybody to put you in check, like I don't, obviously I can have times where I get lazy or not in a good mood, or I don't want to work on a short or a video. And yeah, not saying that if I had a second person that would definitely change, but I feel like it would help. And yeah, the attention span thing is the other problem, which I don't really have a way around that, unfortunately. So yeah, I'm in hunt of looking for something, or in I definitely didn't word that right. It just kind of sounded off. I'm looking for the ability to be more enthusiastic on my channel and be more energetic and feel I can do better entertaining people, I guess. But I don't know what that process is going to look like getting there, or if I need somebody's help in order to do that, or what. I guess that's what I was getting to, is I feel like in order to get to that next step, I'm going to have some type of help or something, but I can't afford that either. It's almost like a never-ending circle where it's like, well, in order to do something to help you out, you got to have help, and in order to have, you can't just have my family members or friends do stuff for me for free and put in all the time and effort and not get paid for it. Anyway, it's been a long time since I've looked at the chat here. Sorry for going on an enormous rant about not feeling interesting, I guess. Again, but you said we all get tongue twisted from time to time. Comparison is a thief of joy. Do your thing. Uh, well, I can't tell if that's maybe a typo. Try to compare yourself to other YouTubers or content creators. Yeah, there you go. Try not to compare. That's what I thought you meant, but my brain did not put two and two together. um, you see, that's the thing. I don't really do much of comparing myself to other YouTubers, and I think I might have been going into this a little bit before. I guess the thing that I was having trouble remembering was that uh, people will tell you, or like the influencers will tell you to pick and choose of the stuff that you liked, that you've seen from other YouTubers, and kind of create your own persona from that. Not necessarily that you're copying people, but uh, make it your own by also choosing the things that you enjoy about something. Like if I were to enjoy the process of the way that somebody put a set together and filmed it, I could film it in a similar way or whatever else, to where I had a feeling that was similar to that other YouTuber. But um, at the same time, I have definitely strayed away from any type of um, trends or like people wanting me to do specific things. I've not too much, but I've had people ask me like, "Oh, you should do this set, or you should review this minifigure," or they'll literally like more of less of a question or a statement like, "Hey, you should do this or this." They'll literally like demand, "Do more of this." And some people, there might be a little bit of a language barrier or whatever else to where they might not know they're coming across as off-putting, but to me that feels like, hey, you need to do this in order for me to be satisfied of your entertainment. And it's like, well, sorry, I'm doing what I enjoy on my channel. So in a way, I'm definitely already taking that advice to where, yeah, I'm just kind of rolling with what I do and not worrying about like, oh, I need to review the newest set and I need to have an opinion about why this figure sucks because it doesn't have leg printing on it or whatever else. I'm tired of people that have, um, not to trash anybody in particular or name any names, but some of these people that will get free Lego sets directly from Lego because they're in the partner program or whatever else. And then they'll just feel like, oh, well, I'm so liked on YouTube that even if I share my honest opinion about how bad I think something is and try to convince people that they shouldn't buy it because it's bad, or why didn't we get this, and complain about every single little detail about, oh, this should have been perfect. Um, yeah, those type of people, I've for sure wanted to stray away from that and never have that be a trait of my channel, to just share my opinion about, oh, I don't think that this set is very good or blah blah blah. I started early on like doing some Twitter posts, uh, just kind of talking about some of the new sets that were like officially releasing. So some of the stuff that Lego would put out, and it would be either a month or 2 months out, but I would pretty much just be able to give a description of what the sets were and their titles and blah blah blah. But I never really put my opinion of what I thought about. Well, I did here and there, as kind of where I was going with that. Here and there, I definitely put a little bit of my opinion of like, oh, this set looks really cool. I might have to get this one. But that's pretty much what I left it at, was that like, yeah, I actually really like the something something on that, so I kind of want to get that. But it was always positive stuff, to where I didn't bother if I didn't care for a set, saying anything about it. And anyway, I'm talking too much about that topic in general. Also, so this is another cool gray one, but I switched to a new marker because the other one was getting a little bit worn out. Luckily, the amount of markers that I have should be okay, and the mountain itself is going to be different variations all over the place, so it's not going to matter. But for a place like this, now this cool gray one having a slightly different tone to it, which is unfortunate when that happens. Wasn't planning on that at all. So I'm actually going to switch to using this marker a tiny bit on a few of the other bricks here and there. I'm trying to be careful not to make too many streaks, because this one's, it's not dry, but it's not the most fluid running marker either. So yeah, now I have to kind of go back and have some slight variation in the brickwork, which, that's totally fine. I like the way that looks, honestly, but not exactly what I was going for in the first place. There we go. So I'm gonna add here. Sorry to be getting a little quiet again. Focusing in. And I already know I'm going to say it here too, because watch, one day in the future people are going to call me out for something, and it's not like I wouldn't know that it was going to happen or that it might happen, but like, there could be some point in the future where people are upset about something that I had said previously in the stream here about, like, whatever, my complaining with scalpers or with people being negative about YouTube reviews or this and that. In the future, there's going to probably be somebody that ends up watching this for the first time, and they disagree with me or whatever else, and then they call me out online for it, or I don't know. But I'm always prepared for that possibility too, because even though, like I said, I don't like to share my opinion very often or at all as far as the Lego sets that I'm reviewing or whatever else. That's honestly so far from being true, because I'm sharing my opinion a lot about these different topics, but I guess mainly I'm talking about, I don't, as far as a Lego channel goes, I don't like to bring up too many opinions for the sets, or like problems or controversial things in the Lego community, especially. So, and then again, but you said, yeah, those people are tough to watch. Thankfully, Lego is getting rid of the Lego Ambassador Network. Yeah, I honestly didn't know that, but even though it's a little bit of a bummer, because I will be completely honest, I am a bit envious that there's these people who are just, receiving free sets back to back to back to back. And although I technically could join the Ambassador Network, I believe I have eligibility based on my amount of subscribers. I think you just have to have 500, and then I don't remember how often you have to post or whatever else it is, but that I thought about it in the past, and although I would really want to experience, I don't have to spend a whole bunch of money on this set or that set. I've heard about some of the the issues that have happened in it, so yeah, not necessarily something that I have to be a part of. I hope it doesn't. I'm sure it kind of does mean this, but probably means people just aren't going to get free sets anymore. I'm also going back and forth between, where was the previous marker? I don't want to do too many of these darker cool gray ones that are, a little bit of the variant to what I was using before. There was one of the cool gray markers that I set aside because the tip of it was starting to like break, or I didn't think I was wearing down on it too much, but this paper might have a bit of a texture where it's kind of rough and catching on it. But I'm looking at each of these markers and I don't see which one has the broken tip on it. So I'm kind of confused about that. Oh, you know what? That's probably why. And it doesn't matter that I have a few more that are darker like that, but yeah, duh, I found the one that's broken. It's because I'm using the 0.5, which I certainly do have more markers of. Let me see, this one might also be kind of worn down. Yeah, this one is pretty worn down. That's warm gray. Do I have another pool? I know I have, do I? Because I have the two here. Yeah, this should have been another one that I thought of to get, but I at least have three that I can kind of work from. I found the tip that was more so broken, but this is the one that I was using before. So the goal really, even if I have to let the marker rest a couple of times, I kind of anticipated it as a huge drawing, so it's kind of bound to happen sooner or later. But um, if any of the markers dry out and I have to kind of let them sit to regain their uh, saturation, that's totally fine because I'm pretty far through um, the color that I'm working on to where whatever I work on next, it doesn't have to fully match. Here we are. Also, sorry guys, I haven't really paid much attention to any of the new viewers who have joined, or we might even have the few same viewers that are watching. So if you've been in for a moment and you're still watching from roughly the beginning or uh, not too far in, I appreciate you for dropping into the stream. I think the first portion where I did mainly the sketch and the inking, uh, looked after the stream, there was like 78, I think, people that popped in, so not too bad. Uh, I was kind of laughing to myself thinking, there's probably going to be like 30 or something like that, but that was good, about double what I thought. And I think the peak concurrent viewers, or the most that were watching at one time, was like 4. And I think I did see a couple of the points in the stream where there were 4 people watching, but it's usually about the average for me so far. It's not a not an issue at all. But I'm not sure if any of you are from the stream yesterday, I guess is what I was trying to say. So if you're still following along from the first portion, I appreciate you being here. If you're new, pretty much I'm sure what I'm working on is self-explanatory. You don't really need me to go into detail about what's going on, but this is of course for the LEGO Minas Tirith set that came out recently, and I traced out the shape of what I'm working on with the brickwork right now. I traced that out as far as, I keep calling it tracing. Again, very bad at technical terms, and sometimes I just use something that's very close in my mind, and it's just, in reality, it's not. I'm not physically tracing anything. I'm not setting the paper down and tracing over something. I was measuring each uh, tier of the Minas Tirith set, and kind of where it's not a perfect shape or anything. There's different sections to it. So I was measuring where they all go and drawing a line, or in my case, I kept saying uh, tracing out where Minas Tirith was going to be sitting by drawing it out. That's really the reason why I was using that word. But anyway, man, it's funny because as this gets lighter too, not a whole lot lighter, but you can tell this is a tiny bit lighter than before. Maybe not. It's getting a little closer to where I wanted it to be color-wise. And the funny thing is that with this being cool gray 0.5 or 0.5, I'm going to go back through with cool gray 1, which I did start doing with some of those bricks. But I'll add the remainder of those differences in the bricks, and then I'll also go over some of the areas where I did that tan color with cool gray 1 or cool gray 2 maybe as well. Make the very edges or the spaces in between the bricks stand out a little bit more. Yeah, it's starting to get harder and harder to color in with the marker here. And another option that I have, because even though the whatchamacallit, the fine tip end is more ideal for me to use, I can see if is there any in this? It's not too bad, but it doesn't quite have the same texture in it. It has a little bit more, a little bit more ink, but not too much. I'm actually just gonna use this through. Move on to the next marker, possibly. I'll set this aside and give it some time to sit while I'm working on a different marker. But for whatever reason, I didn't. I'll double check here. No, I did not purchase another 0.5. So I'll have to make sure I write that down for next time I'm picking up some markers. Really go through a lot of the grayscale. But it's a good thing I don't have to really use any more of the 0.5 for the entire drawing. One's probably as low as I'll go, just because I wanted again, the bricks and the sky to be the brightest points of the entire artwork, and then anything that's reflecting the brighter light will essentially be the lighter, like the cool gray 1 and 2, and it'll start to get dark into 3 and so on. And let's see, did I miss anything else in chat here? No, it doesn't look like it, but yeah, it still surprises me that the ambassador network is probably going to go away. It's a little sad, but I'm sure there's people who are abusing it, unfortunately, especially some of these people that are like the scalpers, who are probably part of the ambassador network and essentially using their extra money that they would have been buying the sets with in order to get a whole bunch more of whatever particular set. So yeah. Another thing I might do too, I have almost the side here finished, but if I need to finish the rest of this after moving on to more, ideally I don't want to have to do that, but I can. So, man, these 0.5 markers are just really, really, really dying out. So the ones, I really just have 2 of them? I thought I had 3. Oh, there's the third one. I think this one's like the worst condition out of them though. Oh, no. Still a decent amount of ink, but not crazy. And worst case scenario, Gambit, I'm not sure if you heard me ask this earlier, but do you know if you said ethanol or isopropanol, but is isopropyl, which is, I don't know if that's the same thing or if it's a little bit different, if it's just spelled different or if it's a variation of the alcohol, but if I can use that, I might be able to give that a shot at some point. I have like 99%, so I'm not sure if it would be too aggressive for it and like just kind of soak the paper, or if it would work good, or maybe you don't even know. Okay, not bad. Still need to think of what color to, oh man, what color to do the Tree of Gondor. If my knee, or not my knee, my ankle would stop cracking, that'd be great though. That's a shame they don't have a marker that's, not that they would list it as 0 necessarily, but like a 0.25 that was half as light as this, or light as this, or just very, very, very light. I'm not sure if it's the thickness of the paper that's just absorbing more again, or if it's just the texture, like roughening up the felt and making it hard to absorb, which I don't know if that would really make sense, but man, again, this is uncontrollable. I don't know why I can't stop my ankle from clicking like that. And I gotta be able to move around to shift my body while I'm drawing here, but yeah, here we go again. Yeah, when I look over at the stream on my computer, it's just kind of funny to me because it does have almost a greenish tan, or like a greenish tannish gray look to the bricks. But once all that darker color is in there, it should look like a lot lighter gray, hopefully. But yeah, man, this is terrible with the 0.5s running out. Did not want that. I wasn't expecting all three of them to be in really poor condition. And there's been multiple times where I've checked to make sure that none of my markers are having issues like that, but of course time gets away from me sometimes, and that's redundant. Anyway, yeah, I lose track of paying attention to a specific one, and then I forget. So I'm really not sure why, but I got very tired all of a sudden. Drink some more water here. I had some bacon earlier. It's possible the amount of salt or oiliness from that and fat, it's possible that made me really tired and it's just now kicking in. But I'm probably going to not too long from now get up and snack on a granola bar or something really briefly and then head back in. Take like 20 to 30 seconds. Yeah, I think with how much these are giving me trouble now, I'm just going to skip out on those, come up with a game plan of the mountain here, and work my way up from that. So yeah, I believe with the mountain, lighter areas, I'm going to double check my reference picture too. I have that up. Yeah, they're not quite the same brightness as the sky, so a little darker. Kind of like I was saying, I'm just going to plan on using the cool gray 1 instead of 0.5. In fact, I'm going to use a little bit of that as well to make some of these darker too. Do that one and these. But I'm gonna, I really need to start saying going to more often. Now I'm going to use the cool gray 1 specifically for the lighter areas. That's probably really just repeating what I was saying, but starting at the top here, just to really get the feel of what's going on. Let's see, where are my other cool gray 1s? I want to make sure I have other options here. This whole top portion from about, I'll go here on, add all this to it. This is going to be the lighter section. That'd be a part of it too. In fact, just to save myself from potentially having some more inking problems, I might have to switch to cool gray 2 just in case. We'll see though. So now the darker areas are going to be more into the cool gray like 5 and 7. So if I go to cool gray 2 for this, it's not a huge deal. It'll make the sky look even brighter and this look even lighter too. Make sure I'll include that too. So pretty much that whole peak except for a couple areas here, like on the side, I'll probably have some shaded in area there. Maybe that will be shaded in too. And I guess some of that as well. Sorry, just trying to figure out the different spots because none of this is actually fully enclosed into where it's like, okay, this means darkness on this side, lightness on this side, or vice versa. I'll just kind of random-ish lines. Okay, so I'll have something there. All right, I think, where are the Coolway 2s? And more importantly, how many of them do I have? So for 2, 3, plus I got a new one the other day, so I have 4 of them total from what it looks like. That means, yeah, you know what? I think rather than doing that, I'm just going to go through marking the areas that are brighter and seeing if I can fill all of them in with the cool gray one, because odds are I probably can, and I'm just overthinking this. So yeah, we're gonna make this whole thing lighter, bring it up into here. Again, sorry if I'm being a little quiet as I'm explaining some of my thought process. Oh, actually, yeah, I do want a little bit of spill coming down this way. So that'll be lighter. Some of this area too. But I want it to also look like it's, here we go. Like going up and then coming down. Same with some of these areas, up and then coming down. And then we'll do a little bit with that over here. Some of this stuff will be lighter. Maybe even, nah, that would be overdoing it. Okay, a little bit down here and that's all. Yeah, okay. So now on the opposite side, some here. Okay. I'll grab this one here. I'm also looking for some of the areas that are, like for example, this doesn't have anything drawn in here close together. A lot of this is fairly close together, but this is creating a bigger blank shape, kind of like all of this is not quite as detailed as everything here. So there's areas in here that are definitely going to be a lot lighter just because they're more open, but they're not necessarily always going to work out based on that. Just kind of not a general rule of thumb, but just kind of how I'm picturing it as I go. Okay, so that'll be kind of a lighter area too. Aha, yes, I want to get some of this. Up, catching the light. And there is a decent amount by the lower section here that was starting, or not starting, but it's like catching some of the lower lights, but it's also more broken up, so kind of in the same formation that it is down here. Put that together. A little bit more at the corner. I don't know if all of this is going over anybody's head, or if it mostly makes sense. I hope. Okay. This guy. Some more smaller ones down here. Give it a little bit more smaller broken up detail essentially for the lighter contrasting areas, or the things that are catching the sunlight, which not a crazy amount is, but some is. That. I'd say most of the areas are, aside from the very left upper side there, a bunch of small areas up in the opposite side, and mainly the center of the opposite side. There. Decent amount throughout. Almost looks like a map that I'm creating. I'm drawing the map to Middle Earth. Well, I'm drawing part of it, that's for sure. Okay, I'm just going to go with a small one over here. Okay, so yeah, mainly lights casting down, shining on this, and hitting a lot of the rock faces on that side. Have some that's a little bit lower down here. I guess I can add more to this portion. Maybe some in the very lower corner there. That, yeah, that looks okay. I also want to make sure to bring something over to the middle section. Or not the middle section, sorry. Well, it is kind of in the middle, but again, kind of making this look like a peak here, here, and a little bit up at the top too. All right, so that's cool gray 1. I think there's not a crazy amount of it other than that large chunk in the corner. I should just be able to color most of this in. And we'll have to see where to go with it next. Might be able to go back to the 0.5s and finish this stuff, but this is good to work on while I'm letting that rest and hopefully saturate a little more. But yeah, it's a good thing I don't have to do too many large backdrops like this. Every once in a while, when it's a really cool set that I do like and wanted to share on my channel, then I'll definitely have to do a stream, or even if it's a small-ish one to where I can do a speed drawing and just upload it normally. Always a good option. Alright, am I missing anything here? Gambit, you said... Oh yeah, never mind. I thought that there was something new there, but I'm looking at it wrong, so... Okay. sure is quite a lot of surface area for these tiny little markers, so I knew that it would take a lot, but I thought I would be switching back and forth between them enough to where it wouldn't be an issue, really. Okay, so that's the larger, yeah. That. Nice thing is I don't have to worry too much about the like the marker texture that's being left down, because again, with any of the like foliage or trees that's going to be up in the mound, it'll add to that texture, but there are at least going to be a decent amount of transitions between the darker and the lighter markers to where, you know, it's not gonna matter at all. Edge, I need to make sure I get really good. Yeah, it's definitely nicer being a bit darker than the lightest clouds. I'm excited to see how this looks at the end here, though. I don't even know how long we've been going. Part of me doesn't even want to look over and pay attention to that at the moment, which I probably won't. It'll just kind of psych me out. Especially if it's like, you know, more time than I thought it's been, or time's moving by faster, then I'm going to get discouraged because I haven't made as much progress as I would have hoped or whatever else. So might as well not look. Okay, that's a little better here. Still kind of tough to reach all the way up to the top edge, but not terrible. Yeah, I'm really trying to not be as quiet, but it is hard to uh, focus on this as I'm doing it. You can already tell as I kind of lose my focus as I'm talking. Okay. Briefly switch over to a new cool gray one. Make sure it's going all right, and make sure it's similar in color as well. Yeah, it is. Sometimes they're a little too different. What's funny is I'm putting down this marker because the paper is still white. It's starting to look like this is what's catching the light of the sky, and then everything else is dark, but that will change not too long from now. Yeah, if this does end up going too long for today, I'll probably cap it out at the same amount of time as the last stream, so roughly a 7 hour if it gets to that point, which it may very well. But if I'm still not done with the uh, coloring process, then we'll do one final stream in the next few days. I really don't want to have to do that, but definitely have to be prepared in case it happens. And this has taken a lot of effort just to color it in with little tiny markers, though, that's for sure. And this one might have been a little less powerful. It's already starting to lose its punch. Not too far away though. And the good thing is, even though I have to go back and use some of the lighter markers to do some blending, since I'm moving from mainly lighter to dark, there is going to be some times where I start at a mid-tone and then work my way back out with a little bit of a lighter tone past it, just to blend that slightly darker color out, if that makes sense. But most of the time I will be starting with the lightest color and then working my way back to darker colors. So yeah, if the lighter markers die out, all I need to do is get done the few lighter areas in the picture. But if the darker markers all start running out, then that becomes an issue. Okay, not bad. Yeah, I'll move back over to the other side in a moment. But for now, try to finish some of this stuff. Okay. A little bit more there by that. By here. Actually, the more that I look at this, I think I'm going to do that as the entire lighter part. Well, I hope you guys are enjoying so far. Again, it's definitely a little more laid back for the stream. Definitely not nearly as much talking as some of the previous ones here, but try to, again, explain as much as I can that's going on with the artwork. In a moment here, I think I am going to run out and grab a granola bar and snack on that for a quick minute, and then stretch so that I'm not feeling the pain of constantly being hunched over and reaching across the paper here. There's definitely going to be some more of that through the stream, but thankfully it's literally just like this upper third that's an issue, so I already have a fair amount of that upper third colored in, but there's going to be more, that's for sure. Okay, yeah, I like this being A little bit of a larger section here looks good. To me, at least. As you guys might be able to tell, I'm using my pinky for stabilization when I'm drawing so extended like that. And I think the ankle clicking is probably my ankle hydraulics setting into place so that I'm not falling over. Alright, what's next? Again, but I'm not entirely sure if you're still watching, but were you I think I might have already asked and got an answer, so I'm sorry if I already forgot again, but were you still in the process of building one of those sets at the moment, or did you not end up picking one of them? Alright, sorry to be so quiet again there. Just finishing a couple other spots, but yeah, I'm gonna go snack on a granola bar here, and I'll return in about like a minute to a minute and a half. So hopefully nobody joins and just sees nothing going on. They can admire the current artwork, I guess. I'll be right back, guys. Alright, I went ahead and actually went to the bathroom and refilled my water too, so now I don't have to go back out for a moment. But, yeah, but I don't know if maybe you're busy at the moment or away from the stream, so I'll have to ask you soon if you're working on a set. Alright, so now I'm drawing a blank too, because was I using Cool Gray 1 or 2 successfully? I think it was Cool Gray 1 that I ended up going with. Yeah, definitely. Alright, we're back at it. Oops. Be added as another light area or get covered up by something darker. That's the good thing. For some of my previous backdrop drawings, I did almost like a full coat of marker before going into the darker shades, and I did that for some of the Bionicle masks too, since they were a lot smaller and I had the ability to do that without worrying. But essentially I started with something darker than the paper after coloring over it, and then worked into the darker colors on top of that first color. But here it's mainly going to be broken up into the different sections, and then I'll blend at the edge, and there'll be some other coloring that's in the lighter section too. Possibly, especially if Minas Tirith was carved into the mountain and probably quarried and created in the same way, I might add some of the that same tan color to the mountain in the background, especially in the lighter areas. But I'll worry about that once I've got a lot more down and like an entire layer on the background before I add any other additional layers. And the bricks, it was easy because it's really just the couple, and then I'll darken some of the edges in a bit. But after I color in the rest of the Cool Gray 1 here, then I'm going to move back to the bricks and see if I can get any of those 0.5s to work good again. Otherwise, we're going to have a lighter upper section and then a more worn bottom corner here, which, you know what, if that's how that has to happen and I use Cool Gray 1 through most of this, that's okay too. It'll almost look like some of the weather and the water damage has gotten to it, so not something unrealistic, that's for sure. Add a little bit more here too. Kind of like the way these are sprawling out in that direction. That looks nice. Okay, and not a whole lot more. I have to move back up to the upper left and fill in that large area, but as far as the other portions here, there's really not a whole lot. I can even add some more speckled throughout. Definitely wanted to start with less and then add more. Always the best way to go. And yeah, with this being all rock back here, I really don't have to worry about how the markers are blending together, because even if there's some strange overlapping where it's not completely uniform, that's literally what I'm going for anyway. I want to have those slight variations. So the same marker overlapping itself is going to create that. It'll just be like another layer of the same color, making it ever so slightly darker. There we are. But I think one of the things that I was trying to describe earlier was that some of the streamers, and I think I did talk about this some, not yesterday, but a couple days ago with my first stream. Some of these streamers that are just able to talk and talk and talk, and it seems like the entire time they're just unfazed and able to entertain without a problem, that would be wonderful. But I, of course, struggle with that. Here we are. I haven't had a crazy amount to eat today, so I'm looking forward to making something up for dinner after I'm done streaming. Okay. I think I do want to add a little bit more down lower too. Not too much though, because most of the light is being caught at the top section of the mountain. So I honestly want to add a little bit more up there in a bit, but not a whole lot. So back to this stuff. Darken up that edge a tiny bit more. Here we are. I'm actually going to break this up and create a shadow there. And we're going to do this other little point up there. There we go. Sorry for more of the heel clicking, guys. Or ankle clicking, rather. But I was going to make a joke that apparently I'm Dorothy from Wizard of Oz. But without having music, I wish I did have some other form of white noise in the background or something that would make sense and wouldn't obviously get me in trouble for the stream. But I don't know of anything that would work. Especially not in my case. And you know, at some point, I don't know if I want to, for streaming, I don't know if it's like specifically geared to Twitch and whatever else. Maybe YouTube doesn't even have a, not interface, unless that is the best term for it, but something that would allow you to almost like have an AI or an automatic voice for when people leave comments in live chat, and then also like the, not that I have anybody donating anything to me, but the people who get donations during stream, where it'll pop up on the live, and you'll see who sent it or whatever else, and then usually there's like a little chime, or somebody has like an audio file that plays, or a couple different ones maybe. But yeah, I don't know if I'll ever get to that point or ever want to. I'd rather personally read the comments when they come through, but of course, if it does get to that point where there's a bunch of comments and I can't, answer every single one of them, then, of course there's that. But as far as having like the voice that would automatically say what the comment is, that would be very nice. Not having to miss what people say because I'm paying attention to something and then hearing it at the proper time. Because I know that when I'm looking over at my computer, there's probably a good 30-second to a minute delay between not the actual footage itself, it seems like. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's only like a 5 to 10 second delay. But I feel like sometimes when I see somebody's message, that it's been like a half hour since, not that that would be the case, but I feel like it's at least been a couple of minutes since it's actually been said. So maybe there's even more of a latency for some of the chat messages to pop up, but I'm not entirely sure. So this marker is not really like running out, but I'm having that same issue of being at a weird angle is making it texture kind of strange. Right now this backdrop probably doesn't look much more than a gray mess. Where are the other cool gray ones? Here we go. Switch to a new one here. Make sure it's not super far off in color. And this one kind of is. Let's see. That one's very similar though, so we're going to go with that. Wish if it was literally the exact one that I was using. I don't think it was though. I probably am talking way quieter now. I apologize if I have anybody actively listening. It's possible that some of you watching are just doing something and like glancing over and you have it on mute and you're just kind of watching the artwork, which that's okay too. And we're nearing the end of that part. Whew, getting a little strenuous with the leaning over here. It's almost like I have to kind of leave it down a little bit longer for it to fully absorb, and then I can move to the next streak. So I have to slow down a little bit and then it looks better. It's still kind of patchy look, so I have to also circle it so it doesn't, or circulate it essentially so that it doesn't do such a weird pattern. Again, doesn't really matter too much because it's supposed to be a rocky surface, but come on. That was weird. Really a tough spot right there. It's very possible that from other people like touching the paper in the store and myself from touching it in general as I'm working on it, that some of the oils from my hands or other people's hands have absorbed into the paper, and then that's causing some differences in the ink. But usually you can tell like there's a huge difference between like a not like a grease stain. You can definitely tell the difference with that, but texture wise, you're like almost like you can tell the sheen looks a little different. There we go. Okay, I'd say that's good enough for now. I do want to add some of this through here. I'm going to find a couple areas that need it. Just little small areas. Little small, yeah, that's definitely redundant. Okay, some of this I'm just ever so slightly doing a secondary layer. That way I can just kind of see how that's going to divide out. That doesn't really make a lot of sense, but to see how the color is going to overlap and make it less uniform of that one color, if that makes sense. But okay. Other than maybe adding a couple of areas at the top right here. There's also another hair that's somehow managed to get up on top of there. There we go. Okay, I think that's good. Just needed a little bit up there. And I think now, before I move into the darker color of the mountains, I do want to go back to Cool Gray 0.5. And I'm going to see if that works any better for the center portion here. But these couple of bricks are staggered the way that I colored that in, so I'm going to do that a little bit here in case none of these work well. I'll at least have a little bit of differentiation. So do a couple of the blocks, or bricks rather, different, and then yeah, see, like this one's pretty completely shot. That's unfortunate. Really, there wasn't a whole lot more to do. It's just the center area, and that was it. But I should have gotten one more marker, and that probably would have covered it. I'll do this one right here. That should be okay. We'll do like one more right here. Goodness. I think this one I already did, maybe not. Wow. Yeah, these are all really worn. That's really too bad. And I'm 99% sure I'll double check up here, but I don't think I have another 0.5. But only 3, and they were all 3 pretty worn down already. So nice. I thought at one point that I had a pack somewhere that I had unopened, but I don't think that's anywhere in sight here, or it's definitely not in my desk. Warm gray 0.5 would also definitely not work, so we're not doing that or even attempting it. Okay. Yeah, no, there's nothing, unfortunately, so yeah, I'm gonna have to use Cool Gray 1 for this and hope that it doesn't look too crazy off, which it will a little bit, but not too badly. Oh, goodness. And this is one that's kind of dying so far, so I kind of want to use it as a transition in between the two. Yeah, again, it's not going to be a huge deal as the lighter colors are dying off. But once the darker colors start having issues, if it's one where I like need to use it and it's already died out, and it's not game over necessarily, but I'll have to really figure out another game plan. Okay. Not going too badly here. This marker is going to be pretty done in a second. Yeah, it definitely does a decent job at transitioning the couple of shades, and it'll just look like it has some wear to it. And to make it look like it's not like specifically that brick, I do want to add a little bit of it to the stuff that's already been colored in, but not a whole lot, not a crazy amount. Okay, just a little bit up here, and then I think we'll move on to the next marker. This one's also about dead. And the problem too is that sometimes when they sit for a little bit, you'll be able to use them a little bit more. And I try not to do that very often, but it just seems wasteful to not at least try and get a little bit more out of some of them. So yeah, there's been a couple times in the past where I've set one back down in, and then I pull it out and it's not working. I'm like, well, I have to switch to another one. And I think it was with one of the Cool Gray 3s, if I'm not mistaken, that I ran out of it mid-drawing, and then I had to use a different style of acrylic marker. Or that, see, I don't know why I keep doing this to myself. I keep calling these acrylic markers, and I know very, very well that they're not, and I know very well what acrylic paint is and what acrylics are, but for some reason, I can't think of the term alcohol marker. It just does not stick in my head at all. I'm not entirely sure why, but it's like, nope, don't remember. It's just acrylic. Because acrylic I've heard since I was a really, really little kid, but man. Anyway, what I was getting at is that I need to stop putting them back in the bin, or my little cigar box of the alcohol-based markers. And I've never smoked cigars, but I got this from one of the old places that I used to work at. But anyway, yeah, I need to stop doing that, so that way I can actually detect which markers I need to replace. Because that's part of the reason why I don't have another 0.5. Because I went and picked up a whole bunch more of the, well, not a whole bunch more. I picked up like 6 other markers of different shades, making sure like, yep, I'm going to need duplicates of these because the others are probably dying out. And sure enough, I missed one. That'll be my next priority, aside from finally getting a mic for myself. One of the things that I definitely want to do is make sure I'm always supplied with enough markers to where I don't have to run into that issue. But yeah, it's not bad. It just looks like there's more soot at the very bottom. It's a good thing I started at the top and not the bottom, because not that it wouldn't have worked, but it would have made a little less sense to have it darker at the top and then lighter at the bottom. Just doesn't usually work out that way in nature. Not that this is nature, but with the weathering, essentially, that's obviously nature. Oh, now I'm seeing your chat here, Gambit, and you're all good. So you said, I'm still on, but got called away for a bit and paused the video. So now I'm trying to catch up with 2 times speed. No problem. You said, yes, I'm working on the popcorn wagon. Still working on the base. No, that's no problem. I mean, truthfully, I wish that I didn't. Um, if I'm working on a build and streaming it, for example, like Minas Tirith, even though 24 hours is a lot of time to spend building a set, um, for it being a 8,000 or 8,200 plus piece set, and for how expensive it is, it totally makes sense that people would want to, uh, take their time with it and not rush through it. So I do kind of wish that, um, not that I would have wanted to have like 4 or 5 different streams, but if I did do each of them like 5 hours and was able to do like 5 different streams, then they would have been maybe not more watchable, but and actually that doesn't really cut down on the time at all. Yeah, no, I would have had to do um, the same amount of time for streams or just a lot more of them at the same amount of time. So, uh, like, yeah, imagine my streams since they were 7, 8, and 9 hours, so like an 8 hour average. Imagine if I had like 5 or 6 8 hour streams of just building Minas Tirith and was working that slowly on it. Not that that's super slow. Again, it's good to take your time on stuff. Um, but if you're like really trying and really trying to be efficient with it, obviously most people are going to get it done roughly in that time frame, or maybe like 30 or 36 hours, so not like a crazy amount longer. But yeah, I mean, even if you're still on the base, I'm not entirely sure how long you've been working on it, but it just totally depends on what you're doing. And if you get called away for literally a phone call, then, um, or maybe it wasn't actually a phone call, but that's kind of what I interpreted that as. Um, but if you got called away and you're doing other things, yeah, it makes perfect sense that you're still working on the base. Okay. So yeah, having that little bit of transition at the bottom, honestly, it works a lot better than I thought it would, and it doesn't look bad. Just looks like it got dirtier, and for now, unfortunately, it looks like gray Minas Tirith, but yeah, even in the reference photo where it's in the sunlight, all the lower areas that are shaded are not necessarily this color, but they're kind of close, to be honest. It does kind of look like the shaded wall. So, in a way, I'm kind of patting myself on the back because I thought it looked like crap, but it kind of does match. Not that I would think that it looks like crap, because it's really my. The reason I say that is because I couldn't really go any lighter without just having it be the blank white. So, and of course, this technical difficulty of it being a little darker at the bottom, too. But yeah, I like that we've got, here's some darker brick here, and here's some lighter brick here, and speckled throughout. But in fact, I'll probably, to tie this in, which I am going to be doing more of the shaded portions of the brick, but tying it in more, I'm definitely going to do some of that, to where like a full brick is just a little darker. Yeah, I'm happy that the cool gray one here isn't having any issues, and cross my fingers. Obviously, there's not much to do left with this center portion, other than, I don't know what color that's going to be. And if I do have to use something to, or something similar like the cool gray 1 or 2, then we'll have to get through that as well. The one thing I'm 99% sure that I don't want to do, though, is leave these blank white, because even though, yeah, I'm not even going to try to justify that. That would just not be the move at all. That would look terrible. It'd be an incomplete backdrop. was thinking about maybe adding another border line to the Tree of Gondor and having it a tiny bit more detailed, but um, I don't really need to do that, and I can also figure that out as I get to it. So, let's see here. Well, whoops, keep bumping this light here. So, as far as the amount that I have on the paper, ink-wise, or not ink, but like I almost called it acrylic again, the alcohol-based markers, I'd say roughly a third of it's done. So I imagine I'm probably going to look in a second here. We're probably like 3.5, 3 hours in. Yeah, 3.25 hours in. So yeah. Not that I want this to be a 9-hour stream. If we're like 7 hours in and nearly done, then I'll probably complete it and just say screw it and go the rest of the evening. But if we're at the like 6.5 hour mark and I'm still like 2/3 of the way done or something, then then we're gonna do another stream. That's for sure. My dog Oliver getting up, checking things out. Once I get this colored in the rest of the way, I'm probably going to finish the detail of the bricks, so that'll be all done. I don't have to worry about more of it. And then I'll move into the cool gray 2 and 3 back in the mountain there that are, honestly, it's going to be more like 3, 4, and 5. 2 is going to be a little bit of the transition in between. But yeah, that'll start to fill everything in a little more. Oh, the dog is getting water. I think that's the good girl Thea. Weird, I can kind of pick out the difference between each of my dogs based on just what they, obviously what they sound like. Sometimes they have very different sounds, one male and one female, so it's a little easier to tell the difference. But her little sniffles, I can tell while she's drinking and sniffing stuff around there. Okay. Finish off this little pillar here. When I say little pillar, it's pretty big. I don't know exactly what size a person would be in comparison, because really these archways are not exactly based off of how the set is. I just kind of, because I couldn't think of anything, I was like, well, I might as well break up the brick pattern by doing that same shape, and doing something that surrounded the tree in a decent way, which of course the tree having an arched or like a circular top made the arch fit really well. But again, still don't know what I want to do on the inside of the archways. But a person, realistically, compared to the size of Minas Tirith, would probably be like that. Which I don't know if you guys can see that there, but maybe even smaller than that too. So that would be a pretty big archway opening. I'm sure this is like larger than the well, yeah, definitely. you were doing something to scale with the top portion of Minas Tirith, and something would be like half of that size. But it's very hard to gauge how big something actually is, especially when they, created it out of thin air and, well, out of a book description, of course, or, multiple books. If it was, I'm sure it was probably only described in Return of the King, but I didn't actually read any of the books, so I'm not sure if there were references that kind of described the look of it. Anyway, it was made with like the uh, miniature but large model so that they could film for that. But it's hard to say what size people actually were without obviously the reference of the movie. You can tell, but from here it's a little harder to tell when you're working with a set that's also kind of skewed because there's a couple layers less on the very bottom. Okay, well that's completely filled in now. Definitely looks a little bit darker down there, but that's okay. It's like the light is catching the upper half. Matches where the light's coming in from. Okay, now I'm going to go with, let's see, where's the other cool grade 2? Here we go. Awesome. I'm not missing anything here, am I? No. So for cool grade 2, now we're going to go ahead and finish the brick. So I'm going to start at the top again. Give this a little more shading on the edge. And actually, you know what? I'm going to go all the way along the edge first. Get that shaded in here. Awesome. Yeah, it's really weird too because as an artist, my main style is realism, which when I'm using other mediums, it's a lot easier for me to blend things together and create something that actually looks real or realistic. But when I'm doing something like this, where I didn't exactly have to think too much about it, I'm pretty bad at drawing things in like a cartoony style, but even though I've seen some of the original backdrops that LEGO did produce and what their artwork style was, I was trying to do something to emulate a similar vibe, but I didn't have to like study them really. It was more of just not a quick glance type of thing, but like, oh yeah, it feels like it's mainly just a hand-drawn thing that was almost not, they might have used watercolor for it initially. It kind of seems like that, or they might have even done the same thing as I am with the alcohol-based markers, but it definitely had that certain vibe that's like, oh well, yeah, it's just an inked, not exactly sketch because it looked very finished, but something that was inked and then either passed along to a different artist to color it in, or maybe the same artist worked on the entire thing. But yeah, it was something where I just kind of started drawing and kind of aimed for something that would be similar. And then as I finished my first backdrop and kind of got the gist of what I would be doing, it's like, oh yeah, it's pretty easy. I'm just doing the same type of thing that I would with realism, but not being as elaborate with it. So that kind of gives it the cartoony vibe. So I'm not worrying about things perfectly blending together. I'm okay with little inconsistencies and like streaking and overlapping a little weird. Like, whenever any of that happens, it almost does give like a watercolor feel to it, because sometimes watercolor, the very edge of where you have the paper wet sometimes picks up more of the color, and then if the water that's in the center of your brush, um, it's touching the central point of the paper, so it's giving it more saturation or water. It seems like it kind of pulls the color away from the center and pushes it out towards the edge. Um, so if you get the weird little rings of like the darker overlapping, um, almost has a watercolor vibe to it, which is easy to replicate with alcohol-based markers. They do blend very well together, but you can also, use a couple of different colors that are not perfectly close to each other. Like even the cool gray 1 and 2 and 3, like if you went from 1 to 3, it's such a big difference because there's even a little bit of a difference between 1 and 2. But they're close enough to where when the two of them blend together, that's where it creates that middle ground. All right, so yeah, I got the outer edge of that all done, and now what I want to do is go back over the underside of all these bricks. So I'll do that first. I'm not even going to worry about any of the vertical lines or the cracks. Just doing the horizontal lines. And this should make them pop a little bit more. Mm-hmm. Also thinking about doing something to kind of border the stones here with more stonework, but the only problem with that is I would want to do something that kind of matches what the details of Minas Tirith actually have. Right now, Minas Tirith for me is turned around, or it's facing forward, so it's the interior is not um, accessible for me at the moment unless I flip it around. So I don't want to have to turn that around, look at it, see how I match it. And I could look at photos, just see pictures of Minas Tirith online, but I would prefer. What was I going to say? Shoot. Man, I lost my train of thought again. I literally don't know why that keeps happening to me. I have a really good long-term memory, but my short-term memory, my short-term memory is terrible. But anyway, it doesn't matter. I was thinking about doing something to border that, and I just don't think it's going to work out without having to flip that around and study it a little bit or look at a picture. Rather just figure it out as something that I think it would look like, or truthfully, since I did the thicker Sharpie line along that, I was intending for it to be the very edge, so it wasn't supposed to have more detail anyway. But you guys probably can see now it's probably not a crazy amount of difference, but it's casting a little bit of shadow from the block above to the block below it. But it is kind of strange looking at this and without the contrast of everything behind it and having the stark white next to it. Really doesn't look like Minas Tirith when it's gray looking. But again, it actually is kind of similar to the tone of it when it's in the shadows. luckily the largest parts going across are not that wide. Not too bad going across every layer at a time. There we go. Do some more on this side. Yeah, so these markers, it's partially the angle that I'm drawing them down is affecting the way that they're absorbing. Oops. But I think a couple of them were really just already wearing out, because this current one seems very nice and saturated. And if this is just cool gray 2, that's good. That means, well, it doesn't necessarily mean that the darker colors I have are gonna not wear out, but usually I don't have too much of a problem till, for whatever reason, the lighter colors, I think they can't physically add, because it probably seems backwards when I'm saying like, oh yeah, the darker colors don't wear out as much. The lighter colors, I think when they mix them together, they probably use a lot less of the actual ink, and it's more, I'm sure they have to dial in the ratio properly, but the alcohol that's in it, it's probably making the lighter colors a little bit runnier because there's maybe a tiny bit more alcohol and less pigment, but obviously the darker markers have to be way more saturated, so it seems like they're putting way more pigment in. I could be wrong about that, but the pigment, it resides a lot longer. I'm starting to get a little sleepy again. I don't know if it's from the way that I don't think it would be the way that I'm sitting. Oh man, try not to put my feet into the stream to the side. I need to look at this reference picture anymore for now. Really, I've got the lighter areas all picked out, and then the darker areas I'll just kind of do by what looks best. So yeah, I don't know if I need that reference picture at all. Sorry to be so quiet again. Yeah, I'm really trying to find some good art related stuff to talk about, but the only issue is that when I'm using the alcohol based markers, there's only so much that I can describe, like either when I get to it or you know, if I'm actively drawing something, it's usually that, okay, this is how this works, and then it's just that the whole time. So it's not like I'm varying anything that I'm doing, or well, I mean, I am varying what I'm doing when I get to it, but that's always when I bring something up. Otherwise, it's, you know, just kind of the same thing repeating over and over again, just different colors. But back over here, for some reason I didn't realize I didn't finish this side. Yeah. I have a feeling I'm going to be pretty tired tomorrow for work. If the Not like I go in super early or anything. It's actually relatively late the time I go in. I work at quarter to 11 and then um, get out at 3 tomorrow, so not very long shift. And I can already feel the sleepiness is probably gonna, right after I'm done with the stream, I'm probably gonna like have a snack or something, and then I'm gonna end up crashing right away. I can already feel it. But I've got all the horizontal lines done now, so first, before I confuse myself and have too much down, we're going to go over all the cracked lines now. Widen them a little bit. And depending on whether or not I want to, later on I might, it could be too bright looking and a little bit too contrasty essentially, but I was thinking about maybe using a white gel pen and on the very edges of the cracks on one side, doing a white line so that it looked like it was picking up a shine, but I think it would throw off the look of this being kind of like an off gray white color. Obviously, it's a really light gray at the moment. Um, if I have a stark white on there again, kind of like what's next to it, it's just gonna make it look really dark, and also that'll pop out too much. Oh, there we go. So yeah, these will stick out a little better now that I've got them highlighted. Awesome. See, I missed one right here. And depending on, now that I've got them highlighted a bit, if after I do all the vertical lines, if it looks a little too clean still, I might add a few more of the cracks, but I think we're good. I don't want to have to backtrack any of the ink work now. Usually I always only move forward with the alcohol markers once I've got all of the inking done, but rarely, if I notice something either I missed or I know would look better having a different layer of color over it, sometimes I'll add that after the fact. That's only happened once or twice with like small areas on a backdrop and not like anything noticeable, or at least not noticeable to my audience. To me, it was always noticeable, or at least from seeing the finished product. All right, that should be all of the little cracks. Now, the vertical lines. I think these, just to make it a little easier, since the light is coming from the left side, we'll put all of these on the right side of the line. I don't want to have to straddle both sides and or just like draw right down the middle. Looks a little better being on one side. There. Yeah, I'm just gonna make them look a little bit more pronounced in 3D. Oh, there we go. But yeah, I guess that's the best thing I can say at the moment. That's new, really, is that these are some enhancements in order to make it look more 3D and stick out and have a little more variation. That way they're not just perfectly flat, perfectly aligned, perfectly cut bricks. let's see, we have pretty much everything done for the center here except for those openings in the tree. I don't think there's anything else I need to go over this with unless I do a tiny bit of like some green in some areas, but there's not a whole lot of moss or overgrowth going on with Minas Tirith. Well, it's probably not as bad since I'm not running my fan at the moment. Not as bad as like the original streams, but I hope at the level that I'm talking at the moment, because I know at some points I do go a little lower than this or quieter. Um, I hope this isn't just super quiet on its own. I'm sure it's quiet, but you know, I don't want it to be so hard to hear that you have to turn your volume all the way up and have headphones in. Oh man, this is only the right side too. Shoot. Bad. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to figure out what I want to eat after this. I have some frozen pizzas that I could easily throw one of those in, but I want to make something a little more not complicated than that. I don't want to have to do a crazy amount of work, but I've got some other things in mind. Make some tacos, or actually have some leftover chicken tortellini from going out to eat the other night, and or actually yesterday. Um, might have that, honestly. I usually don't let leftovers go more than 2 days after I ate them or ate the first portion. Sometimes, like if it's something appealing to me, if I didn't get to it in the first couple of days, I'll eat it on the third day. But after that, it's like, no, it's getting tossed. That A doesn't heat up well, and B uh, probably has gone bad by then. Even if it's being refrigerated, it's probably gone bad. And we're almost done with this brickwork for now. Could be something I come back uh, later with that I want to do, but I doubt that. Highly doubt it. But once I'm done with this, I'm going to stand back and take a look, absorb it all in, and see where I want to move to next. If I want to do more of the, I'm probably going to do more of the mountain itself and worry about the 3 areas here, either at the very end or towards the end. Can't tell if I'm just hearing something. It almost sounds like it's raining outside, but I'm 99% sure that's not true. Yeah, no, it's definitely not. I don't know why I thought that. Okay, did I miss anything here? Oh, Dark TV 28. Hello. I'm sorry if you've been in the stream for a minute and I haven't said anything to you. I'm still getting used to streaming in general, but my my laptop here is definitely giving me a little bit of a delay since I'm watching my stream. Um, uh, Otherwise, my phone above me is what I'm using for filming, so I can't really look at live chat otherwise, which is unfortunate. I wish I could have a little more real time chat, which this is probably as close as I can get, unless maybe something in the future will be faster. But regardless, welcome in. And let me catch up with Gambit here. Gambit, you said I find the popcorn wagon. Your art piece is really coming together nicely. Thank you. I appreciate you for that. You said thanks for the encouragement on your building speed, of course. Okay, but you said I have my volume turned all the way up, but I can hear you fine. Okay. Oh, that's weird. I don't know if maybe you retracted a message or if it was automatically done, but I see there was one that disappeared. Huh. But chicken tortellini, yeah. I went to Olive Garden. I had a, or my family and we had a gift card that we were needing to use up. So went out and had dinner, and that was the first thing that I saw on there, and I was immediately sold. So yeah, it was very, very good, and I still have the leftovers that I'm looking forward to. So I think that is definitely what I'm going to have tonight. But yeah, I hope the popcorn wagon's coming along good too. Okay, that's cool. Grade 2 mostly done. Just grabbing some water here. I was thinking about chewing some gum during the chat, and not necessarily chewing, but mainly having it in my mouth so that it's kind of, I guess, not making me salivate, but not making my mouth dry constantly and having to drink water every so often. But I also don't want to have the smacking, chewing sound at all. Okay, that's warm gray 3. Do I have any other cool gray 3 other than the one that I got? Oh, I didn't even get one yesterday because they didn't have one. Maybe it was 2 days ago, but I have one cool gray 3, so I think I'm going to use that as a transition as well, because I can't afford to run out of that as one of the main colors, of course. So we're going to move to, yeah, honestly, I think cool gray 5, and then we'll work back in 4, 3, and 2. All right, and as far as 5 goes, so let me double check here. I think I have a decent amount of them. Grade 5. Here's 7 and 9 still. Here's another 5. I did get a 5 yesterday. Oh, and here's another 1 that I can use. I just realized that. So that'll be good, but I have at least 4 of the cool gray 5s. So I think we're set on that. We're definitely going to start there. All right, let me make sure there's not any other areas that I want to use cool gray 1 and fill in. There's probably a few, to be completely honest. I'm going to go with this right here, along with right next to it. Okay. A little bit more below there. Like so. Yeah, I'll stop there. The other thing I'm hoping, let me look at my stream. I keep covering up the video portion of my stream, or the stream itself, with my reference picture, but again, I was kind of saying I don't really need my reference picture at all. There's there's some colors that would maybe be beneficial to pay attention to, but at the same time, I think I'm good. All right, yep, and I did say I was gonna step back a little bit and take a look, see if there's anything I notice. No, I think that's decent. I just need to figure out if I'm coloring in any more of the brighter areas first. I don't know. But one thing I might end up doing too is I might put some of the warm gray up into that lighter section as well. Even though I like the look of it, I'm going to have to decide later because it's really the contrast of the next colors that are going to determine a lot more. Cool. Let's see. And I wonder, it's kind of hard to tell. I'll have to figure this out, but also I'll respond to what you're saying too. But you said, yes, I retracted the message since I misspelled the word. Oh, you're all good. Okay, not a problem. Wanted to make sure there's not. I don't think there's any. There might be like the automatic filter that's just kind of like the basic stuff. So people like saying any like more vulgar swear words like C word, F word, N word type of stuff like that. Obviously, that's gonna get redacted immediately, I think. But I haven't done anything to change more than that, so yeah, that makes sense. But I was thinking of doing something, and now I'm drawing a quick blank. I will be right back one more time. I just want to make sure I'm not forgetting something I was about to do before I go back into this. 1 second, guys. All right, never mind. We're good. Nothing to do with the stream itself, more personal stuff, but that's okay. What I was looking at though is, I don't know if it's maybe the difference of my latency of the laptop here or what, but it shows on my phone that there's only one person watching the stream. And then on my computer it says 3. So I'm assuming one of those is going to be myself. And that's what I've been trying to figure out, if it's actually counting. I'm watching from my own channel, so I wasn't entirely sure if it would do that, but apparently so. Yeah. So there's that, but I think it's mainly just me and you, Gambit. Which I highly appreciate you for being here. Even if you're multitasking and or working, it means a lot that you're still able to show. So I'm glad I have some awesome loyal viewers right off the bat. I highly appreciate you. Okay, so that's what we're kind of working with as far as darkness, and then what we'll do is the 4, 3, and 2 will be the transition in between that and this lighter color, but this is going to be all the shading and shadows on the mountain. And then we'll tie in some other colors to that, like this is Cool Gray 5. We'll do Cool Gray 7 in some areas to make it look even darker. Um, Cool Gray 9 very, very sparingly. And we'll have some other, like some blues and some greens that will tie in, and some yellows as well. But right now it's going to look really weird and splotchy because there's not any type of transition in between the colors. I'm also going to grab this up here. Seems like it could be a little shaded area. All right, so once I do this big section right here, and yeah, see, this color's going down a lot better. So it's mainly the, well, as I say that, then it's starting to get a little splotchy, but it's because I'm moving faster. Definitely has to do somewhat with the absorption, but I think also it was the some of the lighter markers just being weak. But what I was just about to say is that once I get this colored in, this bigger section here, I'm going to really step back and take it in from that so that I can really get a grasp on where I want to go with that extra color. I didn't want to start with like a weird poppy color on top of, or sorry, I wanted to put something on top of the darker color itself because it absorbs differently when you have a color down and then you put a darker color over it. But when you're putting a color that's similar in value, or even sometimes a little lighter, it blends down into the darker color pretty decent. So avoiding doing any of that first and foremost. Now I have to reach quite a ways for this. I hope my head is not poking into the camera here. I guess I'm already ahead of myself. Once I get done with a couple more sections, then I'll step back and look. But I think we're doing okay. Let me double check that I'm not. No. It's literally like the section of my shoulder that's right next to where my neck would be. And I'm just barely keeping my head out of frame. So, a little strenuous. I could definitely slide this closer to me and just have the bottom portion cut off of frame, but I wanted to, for the most part, keep it in the same spot for the whole video. That way, you know, any of you guys watching it 2x speed and or I don't know if there is actually a way to watch it faster than 2x speed. I know with regular videos you can, of course, well, maybe it is just 2 or 3x speed that you can do with regular videos too. I'll have to check that afterwards. But for what I know currently, I don't think you can like watch a video at 10x speed or anything. Maybe I'm wrong. And with us being probably about 4 hours in now, I haven't actually checked. I'll have to look in a second. Now I'm starting to think we might need to do a third stream. Because we're still only, yeah, like halfway through this. And nearly 4 hours in, so. Will it be an 8-hour stream, or will it be a 5 or 6 hour stream and then wanting to come back? I don't know. We shall decide. So yeah, now what I'm trying to figure out is whether or not I should have the Cool Gray 5 sporadic and then have some of the like Cool Gray 4 blocking in between that, or if I should just go all out with the Cool Gray 5 now and then darker colors over that, plus the transition in between that and the cooler colors. That is what's hard to decide right now. I really don't need my reference at the moment, but from what I can tell, I think not that I believe those areas are looking too dark for where they're placed right now, but I think there needs to be more in between that and not just going across the whole thing. So now we're going to pick and choose. So this is going to be separate, and I don't want to border all of these and then color them in, because if they're too big of a spot, then I'll end up getting like an actual border line on it. But yeah, like right here, I might do a 4 instead and have it be a little bit more broken up, but we'll see. Just having trouble. There's so many different shapes that it's hard to grasp exactly where I want to put certain things down. Here, take this. But yeah, even this large backdrop is something that I'm having trouble gauging how long it's going to take me, because I've done a lot of artwork that's similar in size, and I've had backdrops that were 3 or 4 hours long to draw, and then I've had like I mentioned, I've had a couple that are like 8 or 9 hours long, to where I had to keep my camera in the same spot, but I had to stop the video and start a new one at the like halfway marker, like when I was done with the drawing and the inking. Then I would move on to stopping the video and starting again and coloring it. So definitely kind of similar to what we've done with Minas Tirith here. Yeah, definitely an interesting experience with not exactly knowing how long something's going to take me, and then just kind of going with it regardless. Makes me feel like I have more of an ability to accomplish things than I thought. Sometimes I feel like I just don't have enough time to work on stuff, but if I can do stuff like this, then clearly I do have time. I just, not that I'm necessarily utilizing it poorly. I definitely just a very busy person, so a lot of the time I just can't work on stuff, but based on priorities. At the same time, though, I'm sure there's a decent amount more that I could be doing for what I have the ability to currently do. Okay. Now I think we're getting somewhere. Thing I'll just have to really make sure of is that I can remember which markers I used in what spot, so that I'm not either accidentally drawing something down darker than I intend, and or using a lighter one that's just not actually doing anything to blend, and it's just making it more saturated. I don't know if that made any sense, but you know. Okay, definitely getting a little quiet again, but due to me just focusing in and really honing in on what I'm doing. But yeah, again, I don't want to be just sitting here completely silent and drawing. I'm sure there would be some people that would enjoy that and just kind of take in the sounds of the marker going across the paper, and maybe some, like, I think someone's lawn, or man, mowing their lawn at the moment. Tried to say lawning your mow, man. It's like I have dyslexic speech for real. don't know if that's an actual thing or not. For reading, I know it's a thing. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah. This guy here. Here. The weird thing is that when I'm coloring everything in here, and since I don't have to worry too much about where I'm landing and exactly what's what, it just feels like I'm aimlessly drawing like a little kid at the moment, which not necessarily a bad thing. I just usually I'm a lot more calculated with my artwork in general, but of course doing a long stream is going to take out some of the energy from that, and doing a project where it's not mattering in general is giving me that ability. So I'm obviously utilizing that. It's like, yeah, I don't really need to care too much about what's going on. Just rocks. Okay. So yeah, it's definitely coming along here. I need to for sure focus these darker spots along the lower section and up along here, but I wanted to get a decent amount throughout. So everything that's white in between that currently, like going up here, that'll probably be a cool gray 4, and then more will transition in between that and the cool gray 1, the lightest color on the mountain there. But yeah, let's continue on with this. I think this stuff. But yeah, I don't mean to be boring. It just kind of seems like with stream where I'm not, catering to hundreds of people or anything, I don't really have a reason to be talking a crazy amount. Even though I should treat it as, or treat my channel as something where I, of course, want to be successful with the amount of people who are watching my stuff. It's, um, I can't say my main goal is to just be doing it for fun and as a hobby, because of course I do want to become monetized at some point, but that would be more so so that I can have fun doing this all the time and not having to work and do YouTube. So it would really just be for the benefit of uh, continuing on the channel and being able to buy more sets to cover. So although I do want to be here for education and entertainment, of course, there's obviously that underlying factor of wanting to be financially successful too. Definitely want to be transparent about that, not make people think that I'm in it for making people feel, well, I don't want to say that either, because in a way that's also a goal of mine, where I want people to be happy watching my videos and be inspired by the stuff that I build or create. So that's definitely a goal of mine, but it's not a priority of, like, I don't have to. Um, See, now I'm sounding very selfish with what I'm saying, because it's not that I'm in it for just like, hey, I'm doing what I want to do and that's it. But the reason that I'm doing this is because I enjoy Lego stuff and or Lego products, Lego sets, and um, doing it more for my own enjoyment as well as other people's enjoyment. But it's it's because I like it a lot that I'm taking my time to do so. I didn't solely say, "Hey, I'm going to devote my time for other people." It was more of like, I want to do this for myself, and in doing so, I want to make other people happy, which it's kind of sad that I have to elaborate that, but I'm sure if I don't, somebody's gonna try and claim that I'm being selfish, which in a way I do kind of agree that I am a little bit, but it seems like most people are these days, which is also kind of unfortunate. Too many people wanting to be number one and uh, be, I guess, influencers or famous. And yeah, I'd rather just be laid back and still have that, but not to the extent that people are going about it. I want to be known, but not uh, so popular that I can't live my own life. Which I wonder if I'm sure there are some of these famous YouTubers that are not exactly depressed about their situation, because I'm sure they're very much enjoying the abilities that they have in life. Excuse me. Man, my throat is completely clogged up. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, yeah, I'm sure some of them are feeling the effects of that. Like, um, maybe they started it for their own enjoyment. Goodness. 1 second. What I was saying, or trying to say at least, I'm sure there's a lot of people who have started YouTube for their own enjoyment and became viral, and then it became catering to an audience that they didn't necessarily prepare themselves for. So, I'm sure it happens a decent amount. And looks like I'm not missing anything in chat. Cool. But Gambit, let me know if you're available after stream for trying to figure out a means of communication. I mean, I haven't seen anything on Instagram or any other social media as far as a follow from. I wasn't sure if you're going to make something similar in name with Gambit as your account name, or if you're going to go with something more discreet. But um, yeah, I was not placing any blame on you. I just want to make that clear. But I was waiting on you. I wasn't entirely sure if you had the ability to still uh, create something or whatever you were needing to do. But I truthfully, other than what we came up with, I have no other ideas or suggestions as far as that goes. And it's a little onto a different topic here, but um, once I'm done with the Minas Tirith backdrop, and once I've completed a video for the Cairo, man, Ambush and Cairo mock that I'm going to be working on. I do want to try and maybe have a couple shorter streams. I might do some sorting. I'm not entirely sure if I really want to do that as a stream, um, especially if there's not too many people who are interested in watching my artwork or set build. Then I'm not sure how many people are going to be interested in sitting in for literally watching me sort. But I know other people do it. I'll probably prefer doing that with uh, an ability to listen to music or whatever else. So I don't know if I will end up streaming that. I need to find something good though that will suffice for a shorter stream and not something that's going to carry on hours and hours. But yeah, I'll try to make something that's like a 2 or 3 hour stream. Still don't know what, but I'll figure that out. All right. And I noticed my phone still says only one person watching and my computer says three. So I really don't know what's up with that. I'm pretty sure one of them is me, and at least for the count on my laptop. But if on my phone that I'm actually streaming from, it's saying I only have one. Not sure if maybe somehow there's a second person that's uh, not being listed for the stream, but again, it's probably just you and I, Gambit. So, hope you're enjoying your evening. Don't know if Faith and Misery's done any more popping in and out of the stream. Um, but if I end up just being really low key for the rest of it and not really talking a crazy amount, um, sorry if it's not crazy entertaining or anything. Again, mainly just here to get through the drawing itself, and then hopefully I can create a short video that's kind of recapping everything, showing Minas Tirith in front of the backdrop. But that's the thing, is I don't really have a whole lot to film for that. If I do, it would literally just be, oh, here's a final shot of Minas Tirith with the backdrop, and then I wouldn't really know what else to edit along with that. Because my live, I can't really, I'm sure I could export it, but I would probably have to do it as whole. And I don't know how long it's going to take me to export a 6.5 hour stream in order to just get some footage from it. So I'm thinking there's not a way to backtrack any of what I'm doing right now other than my streams. So I can't really film new footage of the process of my drawing. Just kind of hard to come up with a valid reason for doing a long form video that's like showing all of it together. So I might just have to do a picture on Instagram where I have my custom mocks, but that's the thing, I kind of wanted to limit it to just my custom mocks and not do any real sets. So yeah, I don't even know. That is kind of the bummer of doing the set and the artwork both as streams, because aside from the people that caught the stream or wanted to watch them, yeah, I don't know how many people are gonna see the end result. So I'll at least make some type of post, that's for sure. That way people can see the final image of it, but the video is probably a little overkill. All right. Strangely, right now it's kind of looking like satellite view of Earth from space. Seeing a bunch of clouds going across it and sections of water and sections of land. It kind of looks like that. Okay. There's some more up in here. Not entirely sure what type of yard work is going on outside, but I hear some type of drilling or sawing. So either there's a tree somewhere in the neighborhood getting cut down, or maybe somebody's just like trimming their hedge or bushes or something like that. But I feel like it's been going on for a while. Unless there's a couple different jobs sporadically going on. But I live on a busy street, so that's not exactly ideal for the audio and uh, just filming my videos in general. But I guess it hasn't been a huge issue or anything like that. It's just been kind of muffled in the background, and once I get a better mic, I shouldn't have to worry about that if it's drowned out enough. But hopefully, the mic doesn't still pick it up in the background. Yeah, surprisingly, Cold Gray 5 has made it quite a way through, or quite a ways through the um, size of the paper here, so I'm betting that it was just those lighter colors struggling. Mm-hmm. And really, because mountains and rock faces can be completely different looking, I'm sure it's not going to come out like off looking in any way, but it's unless you're thinking specifically about where the light is coming from with each direction, maybe some of the shapes of where the light are um, hitting the rocks are going to look a little off compared to where the shadows are. Maybe they'll look like they're kind of going down to the left, but then the shadows hitting it from the opposite direction. Um, like, obviously, if there's a peak and your light's coming from the left side of the peak is going to be illuminated, and then the right side will be shadow. So hopefully, and I say hopefully because I'm 99% sure that it shouldn't be an issue. Um, it should just kind of create its own peaks where the light and the dark meet. Like, for example, the light here and the dark here, the light's here on the opposite side of it, and then the dark there. It just looks like there's something coming up and then going back down. So I didn't have to really think about that. Same thing with here, it'll be a little darker, so it's almost like it's flat, and then this is going this way, and then the back is like maybe, uh, sorry, facing down to where the light's catching it. So this will be a little bit lighter than these, but darker than that. I know I probably don't need to give a lesson on that for you, Gambit, if you're the only one watching, but that's mainly me filling dead space in the video here. I did a um, well, I was the acting teacher, I should say. I don't remember if I was technically like an assistant teacher, but I was Not a substitute per se. I was very young. Um, I'm drawing a blank if I was still a senior in high school or if I had just graduated and was like a year out of high school. But I um, taught the middle school art class. It was the middle school that I used to go to as well, but completely new art teacher. So it wasn't even my art teacher. And she worked with me with like creating a packet, um, or like a kind of like a syllabus to go over, but it wasn't like multiple days or a trimester or anything like that. It was literally just like a day, maybe 2 days, but I think it was just a day. So yeah, it was an interesting experience, but I don't feel personally like I'm a very good teacher, especially with the um, well, what I've explained about being terrible at articulating myself. So I don't imagine it was the best learning experience for those kids, but uh, funny story is that one of the girls in that class ended up being one of my good buddy's younger sisters, or he just has the one sister, but ended up being his younger sister, and I hadn't even met my buddy yet. Um, you know what? I'm drawing a blank. It wasn't that I hadn't met him yet. It was that I hadn't run into his sister with hanging out with him or whatever else. So I think it just was like a year or two later um, after my friend and I became friends, that we were like, wait a minute, weren't you the one that taught the art class there? And she was like, yeah, I was in that class. I was like, seriously? Didn't recognize her or anything, but small world. And I think from what she told me, she was like, no, you did a pretty good job. But I, of course, being in my head more, I was probably like, yeah, no, I did absolutely terrible. They probably thought I was uh, awkward. But either way, I think what I taught them was pretty cool as far as I don't remember exactly what type of stuff, but there was something that had to do with shading for sure and different values, and I'm not entirely sure what else. I'd have to look back at. I think I have like a Google document that has the original like packet or like um, sheet that we worked from. It was like a few pages that, uh, like a worksheet type thing, I guess is the best way to put it. Here we go. Okay, there. I'm just becoming more and more unsure of exactly whether or not we're going to need another stream here because we're not doing terrible on time compared to how much of the backdrop is done, but at the same time, it does feel pretty close. Like, I don't really want to do an 8 or 9 hour live stream for this. It would feel a little too unnecessary for um, not wanting to split it into three. It would be way more worth, like, yeah, might as well split it into three, but of course, before I started drawing, I have zero clue how long it's going to take me, so can't really plan on um, what's going to happen with it until, at least a little bit through it. Bad. And looking over, it almost looks like a camo pattern. That's the next thing that I thought of. And if I do have to do a third stream for this, I let's see here. Yeah, I don't know. Tomorrow might be the best day for me to do it because I'm out at 3 o'clock, so I could start the stream at like 4. Um, Come home, walk my dogs, pretty much get started right after that. Um, and it could be like a quarter after 4 or something if it happens to be like that. But regardless, I could, if I'm working on it as much as possible tonight, I could probably gauge how much time I would need to finish it. Um, so then I can really plan on and do like a final announcement or post on my channel like, hey, uh, backdrop took a little longer than I thought it would, so we're going to do one final stream. Should take, I don't know, we'll say 4 hours, 5 hours. So then it'd be running from like 4 to 9 or 5 to 10 or something like that. But I think, yeah, tomorrow might be the best bet because then Wednesday I'm working all day, 8.5 hour shift, and sorry, I was focusing in on what I was doing. Uh, Thursday I'm working in the evening, so going in at 3 o'clock. So that means I definitely won't be able to stream then, and my next earliest day would be Friday. So probably want to do it tomorrow. There we are. Awesome. Definitely need some more in here. And I'm not sure why, but there's definitely been a couple times now where it almost sounds like it's raining outside, but it's 100% not. But I am really confused about this whole three uh, 3 people watching, but it's only showing 1 on my phone. So don't know exactly what to think about that. If there is a phantom watcher right now, I appreciate you being here. Now, the other thing that I realized too is that whenever I've been looking through shorts on YouTube, I've definitely run into some of the live streams. So I don't know if that only happens when you're doing a live stream vertical, or in general, it'll just be something where you can have people stumble upon you through their shorts feed. Um, I don't know if that's a thing. I'll have to look that up afterwards. Unless Gambit, you have an answer for that. Not that I want to make you be my researcher, but you've definitely been a big help with that in the past. I could easily, because I have my laptop next to me, just pop open another tab, but I worry that in doing too much on my computer, I'm going to, it's not like I'm going to mess up the stream since it's from my phone above me, but I had that issue with the live chat the other day. I don't want to mess something else up. Yeah. This is looking good and bad at the same time, and that's part of the glorious artwork process. Too contrasty at the moment, but once I find that middle ground with the different tones, and it'll fix it. Okay, let's step back one more time and look at this. Now we are up to 2 on my phone here. It still says 3 watching. So, yeah, if there is anyone else new that popped in recently, thanks for joining in. Still working our way through the backdrop here. It's a little messy, but lots of different gray tones. So it's until we get into some of the green or the blue or yellow colors that are in the mountain, then it's not going to have too much variation, which it kind of won't in general. But yeah, one thing that I also want to do while I'm at it is, hopefully this isn't going to mess anything up. I don't want to pop my head in here. Well, I need to find a way to... Yeah, I'm so close with my head popping into frame. If I lift up on this just a tiny bit, I feel like it'll pop it out. Yep, from underneath the tape. So there we go. Let me make sure that there's no tape over that still. Doesn't seem like it. And then we're going to some cool gray 1. That one looks terrible, but we'll use it. I want to take care of that corner that was still white. So we've drawn on all of that. Okay. Still got a little bit of an edge to it, but it doesn't matter. I do want to add a tiny bit more into here though, so it's, whoops. That's cool gray 5. I just messed that up quite a bit, but it's not a huge deal because we can blend, if I open up the correct side of it, we can open up cool gray 2. Kind of hit the 5 over the top of it. And now we'll have this really, really dark corner spot, but it'll just look like that's very covered up by the clouds. And hopefully that circle doesn't show too much. So yeah, that wasn't really intentional. It kind of sucks, but that's what happens when you accidentally grab the wrong marker. And now I'm going to grab some cool gray 1. Yeah, let's not grab 5 again. Don't know why I did that. I'm going to blend some of this in so that way it's not too different. I don't want to change too much of that up though, because that we use some of the, where are they at, the 0.5s, which I'm going to try to blend this out a little bit more now, but there we go. I didn't want to change too much of that, but I think that looks a lot better. Yeah, really got my not heels. I keep saying heels. Yeah, apparently my heels and my ankles are the same thing. That's how I see them. All right. And just some more of the cool gray 5. Kind of reorganizing some of these markers here. There's the other 2. Gray 3 there. Okay. Definitely getting a little tired. Another option I would have too, if it's way too different for me, is I could go over everything again that has the white or the 5 and double down on the 5, except for of course the areas that are covering the white, And that would give it some slight variation, but I don't think I want to go that extensive with the Cool Gray 5. I'll just, let that blend in with other types of markers when I get to it. Ooh, and this one seems like I picked a different 5. It's a lot more saturated. All right, so now we're really just left with that upper right corner, which it's going to be a little difficult to reach my arm all the way over there, but we'll make it work. Oh, hey Gambit, welcome back. You said you had to step away again, but back, so trying to catch up. No problem at all. If you hear me mentioning a couple times, like, hey, where are you at, Gambit? Just me being a little lonely here, talking to myself over and over. Not sure what to talk about, but I'll get through it. And even the still Cool Gray 5, but I might swap back to another marker because it looks way more, not like way more saturated, but it really doesn't matter. Just looks a little bit darker. Right, stand up again here and take a look. Gotta figure out how I'm gonna do this. All the way across. Actually, you know what? As much as I hate to do it, I would rather have myself crossing over in the frame than moving this entire thing down towards me. So I don't care if you guys see my feet and my legs for a moment. You barely could, but yeah, I think I'm going to swap over here and let's see. Hopefully I'm not, I don't think I'm in frame at all, but I'm going to do this somewhat upside down now because it'll be a little easier. Okay. Well, when I say it's a little easier, it totally reorients it for me, obviously. So now I have to think about things backwards. Whole shape, actually. There we go. So sorry if my volume has changed at all. It might even be a little louder now, which might be better, but there we go. Not like a crazy amount closer to my phone or anything. Okay, cool. So, what's next? We'll do this guy. It is difficult to do upside down. And then my whole orientation of where I was seeing the darker and the lighter shapes completely vanished. But what I'll probably do is hit most of this right here and then jump back over. This corner. Nice thing about this paper being thicker too is that when I draw onto the edge, it's not bleeding over onto the table or anything because it's not actually touching it. I'm turning my head to the side so I'm getting a side angle of it and not straight on. Apologies for hearing any walking, creaking above me. It's very loud. Area. We'll do this. Again, sorry to be quiet here. I'm just don't really have a whole lot to say at the moment, to be completely honest. I'm a bit exhausted from the week and the main thing, to be completely transparent, is I know there's not really going to be a whole lot of people that see this. So spending multiple hours on a project that, you know, is definitely more for me because it's going to go behind my own personal set. If I didn't have my YouTube channel, I'm not entirely sure how willing I would be to spend as long on a project like this. I think I'm nearing about what I need back here. I think just filling this little area in should do it, and then I can hop back over to the other side, but a little bit more up here too. I'm actually a little farther in on this end, a little easier to tell what's going on. So let's do this. Don't know if I've mentioned this previously, but I have, you know what? I'm not even going to mention it. Sorry to bring that up and then back right out of it, but I was going to mention something that I just have not experienced yet, and the only problem is that if I mention that, not that there's going to be people randomly popping in and out and then hearing what I said 5 minutes before they entered the live and then whatever, but I don't want to allude to something that I have spared myself essentially, and not experiencing it, and I want people to then decide to ruin that for me. So, not that I think you will, Gambit, or anybody else who might be watching at the moment, but um, I'm just going to leave it at that. That's all I need to say. Just about ready to flip back to the other side here. And another thing I need to do, because a lot of these are, larger sections. Once I color in the rest of the blank spots, I do need to make some of these areas like really small, little bits and bobs coming in and out, because then that'll be more variation in a smaller scale. It'll make the rocks look like they're a mountain, not just like a jagged small boulder or something like that. Which, of course, it's not really going to look like a boulder when Minas Tirith is in front of it, but that's really all I know how to articulate for that. Anyway. Okay, I think I've gotten pretty much what I need to from the top section here. More of this. Now I might as well say it anyway. I'm sure one of my family members will hear this at some point in the stream. Please don't decide to wash your dishes after knowing that I'm streaming. Like, we can totally wait until afterwards. Seems, I'm not going to elaborate who. One of my family members has come down to wash a handful of dishes. Really shouldn't be getting irritated about that, but it's the fact that I've given notice about my stream and asked for people to be quiet and to not be actively doing stuff right down by where I'm working, and apparently that's not valid anymore, so not too happy about that. And opening up the windows too is not a good call. I'm going to have to go back out there and shut them if that's the case, because that's blatantly messing with my audio. I have to be completely honest, I'm not in the greatest mood at the moment. I'm just going to continue kind of quietly drawing and doing my thing, but I've gotten to the point of the evening where I'm exhausted in general, and not that not that things aren't going right for the stream, but here, I'm going to cross back over. Pardon you guys. It really seems like my family members are so elusive, and then as soon as I do streaming day, then they're doing stuff. So yeah, we're probably going to end up doing a third stream here because I'm not finishing this tonight. There's no way. We're already 5 hours in and probably halfway done. I'm not doing a 10-hour stream. See, when there's an open window and we've got ambulances going by, it's very blatant. In fact, give me just a moment. I'm going to go out and close this. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Gambit, you say, sorry, I don't have an answer for the short versus live stream issue. Only thing I can say is the shorts seem to normally be recorded on phones vertically and videos are horizontal typically. Excuse me. Then you said, have you decided what you're going to put in the two smaller archways? No. Nope. Truthfully, at this part of the stream, it's not going the best. I think my mind is exhausted of the project, and I don't understand how these people are able to make multiple videos a week that are like extensive editing and pretty large amount of filming. I just don't get how people have the time for that. Especially when I see these other people who are like in school or working. It's like, okay, where are you getting all this free time? And I just feel like I don't have enough time to work on all the projects that I want to work on for my channel, so I have to pick and choose. And then I feel like I do a bad job of picking and choosing for like my own stuff that I like, that I want to do. So then people are just uninterested. That's why I got stuck on the Harry Potter videos for so long. Like, I grew up with Harry Potter to where that's what I wanted, but I did a poll and said, hey, do you guys want me to transition to the next theme or double down on Harry Potter? And I don't know if it was people purposely trying to say the opposite so that I would just flop the channel. I know that's probably pretty negative thinking, but people told me, hey, yeah, keep working on Harry Potter. And then the view hours went way, way, way down. And then things got out of hand and I just stopped working on video stuff. So I truthfully didn't put a crazy amount of thought into the current backdrop, kind of because of that. And even though I knew what I wanted the actual background to be, as far as what goes behind Minas Tirith, didn't have any plan for that. It was literally a as I go type of thing, but I did a quick sketch of wanting to have the shape of the entire citadel there, but other than that, I didn't actually plan on the tree. I just had it as kind of a backup idea, which, of course, I never came up with a better idea than that, so kind of had to be the only one. And I still, yeah, I have zero clue what to do for the middle. And at this point, I'm just kind of not in a good mood, so I don't even really want to put any effort into that portion because I know that it's gonna need more detail of some kind, even if it's not a crazy amount. But my brain for the night is pretty done. Basically done with the Poolgrave 5 now. Almost. If I would maybe open the right end of the marker. I think I do want this whole thing to be dark. All right, here we go. Yeah, I don't know how that carpet got on top of there. All right, then. issues. I'm pretty sure I only have one cool gray 4, so it's not like I can even... It's not like I can even transition this properly anyway, so that's cool. Probably gonna have to pretty much do, yep. Well, I guess we're still gonna be using Cool Gray 5 and just literally covering like everything, because none of this is going as planned. So there'll be some variation here, but only as much as it's going to give me with multiple layering. See if I can even get through the whole thing with the 5s. I'm a little worried this thing is just too big in general. Oh yeah, it just seems like it's gonna use up so much marker that it's gonna be hard to do this, but we're gonna try. I think tonight's goal is just going to be coloring the rest of the paper so that there's no white showing aside from the center areas here, and then we're going to call it good. And truthfully, I just can't seem to focus very well lately. I think I'm going to cancel on working on this tomorrow. I think I would prefer just waiting until Friday. So I'm really not willing to spend that much time and energy with fully exhausting myself over a couple of days just for a couple hundred views. Which the majority of those are for people popping in for 2 seconds, so not really showing off much. This one's already starting to go. I wouldn't doubt that it's very possible once I'm done with this project, I'm going to have to replace every single gray marker that I have. Or almost all of them. So yeah, for the rest of the stream, guys, it's probably just gonna be me silent and sound of the marker going. I'm not really not really too in the mood for talking at the moment, and I'm not gonna be working on this for a crazy amount longer anyway, maybe the next 45 minutes or something, but I hope the scratchiness of the marker is not obnoxious either. Well, let's see how we're looking so far. This thing's getting chewed up. Start to kind of transition this into itself. Yeah, and if I do something like, man, I keep opening the wrong side, and it's really obvious which side is the right one. Okay, apparently 4 almost looks exactly like what I'm using at the moment, so that's cool. Really not going to be much help. How about cool gray 3? Try to get this to transition a little more. There we go. So once we get these lighter areas in, and see, it looks like definitely gray 3 will be a good transition for that stuff. Like how light that tiny piece is. Same here. Okay. Yeah, I see you're saying Gambit. The others have a production crew. They have editors, filmers, plenty of people behind the scenes, which, yep, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I know that's why people have more time to do what they're doing, but it's just very difficult to see people that seem like they have a small production, like 2 or 3 other people, yet they're still able to accomplish way more, but also at the same time, not to put some of these people down, but for example, um, sorry to anybody who literally does this in particular. Not that any of them are watching my stream, but uh, any of the people that are buying 2 of one set to double it up and creating content based on that, it's cool. Don't get me wrong. Is it creative? No, not at all. And people can disagree with me if they want to, but um, I'm just tired of these people that are getting hundreds of thousands of views for something that's like a very simple thing that plenty of people could accomplish, but it's their production, literally their team of people, or even if it's just a couple people, it seems like they're somehow just I don't know. That's the way they're creating their videos, and it has so many different. You got your different pop-ups that show on the screen like your different, I don't know what term to use because again, I'm probably the worst person on this entire planet at technical terms. I just don't educate myself apparently. Um, I'm just going to make myself mad by explaining all this stuff. Never mind. But I appreciate you, Gambit. um, little background noise is not big of a deal. Which, yeah, and yeah, I understand that's part of life, but it's the morals of to share with you a little bit more of the background experience for my YouTube channel. And again, that's also not the right term to use because background experience that would refer to like literally. Okay, I'm just going to start over. So, my family members, they seem supportive of my YouTube channel, um, but they only say it, they don't show it. And I hate to, like, I don't want to name specific family members of mine, but a couple of them follow along with my videos or streams. And I really would wish that after having a conversation about, yep, I'm going to be streaming again. Okay, yeah, cool, we'll be quiet. And coming downstairs to specifically make noise after saying that. It's very off putting. And that's why I'm mainly not in a good mood at the moment because uh, the first instance was my own fault. I felt rushed to start my stream, and again, possibly watching this, but sorry if it's the case that you need to hear it. One of my family members was making food right before I started the stream, and it didn't end up being an issue timing wise, but it still made me feel a little rushed with trying to get started what I was doing, and maybe not rushed, but it made me feel like, hey, I have to get to this, so please give me enough time. And after doing so, coming down and taking care of that, making food, like there should have been some form of understanding of, okay, well, he's going to be streaming and obviously we got to be quiet, so I'm not going to come down and actively try to work on my dishes while he's streaming and opening up the window that makes the traffic 2 or 3 times louder. um, so it's just that. It's like, hey, we want to support your channel and see you do well and watch your entire stream, or uh, stop by most of it. It's like, please don't do that, but then also negate that by completely making it difficult for me to actually do my YouTube channel. Uh, Not that they understand how any of it works, or types of things that I have to go through for it, but it's I'm very, very what's the word that I'm looking for? I don't even know. I'm very discouraged lately. I've several times thought about just stopping the channel because I have other priorities in my life that need to be taken care of, and with the way the world is, it seems like people are so focused on entertainment and being critical that some of these people don't even care whether or not I take care of my own personal life. They're just like, when's the next video coming out? Well, I'm sorry that I have a nearly full-time job and that I have to pay the bills and that we're all struggling to pay gas. But I kind of can't. So, yeah, I definitely come to a point a few times of just kind of thinking of, why am I still doing this? Because I'm 3 years into the channel. I thought maybe after like 2.5, 3.5 years that I would be getting to that point where it's like, okay, now I've got a couple 100,000 subs, or like at least maybe not that much. I didn't mean to say 100,000, a couple 100,000. Like a few thousand is what I meant to say. Like maybe I have 5 or 10,000 subs after a couple years. It's like, okay, that would feel like I'm keeping the pace off, and or keeping up with the pace. And yeah, I can't even get any type of terminology correct. I suck at talking. So how the question that I ask myself is, how am I supposed to be entertaining enough for people to want to watch? Because there's too many people on the internet these days to where obviously attention span is really low. People don't know who to watch anymore because there's so many of them. Like, oh, who do I utilize my precious time relaxing and listening to? But I don't, unfortunately, I don't see that as being me very often, because artwork is something that you don't really have to worry too much about in life. It's not that important. It's literally just a luxury. So, um, I didn't really think too much about that before I started the channel. I was like, yeah, no, there's plenty of artist YouTubers and people who are big and people like to see their artwork. But I think even though I came up with the niche idea of combining Lego and artwork, and specifically doing the backdrops, um, there's a few other people that I've seen pop up after the fact who are doing a similar thing, which that in and of itself is slightly discouraging too, because it's like, man, what's going to happen when these people somehow start doing better than me after they started their channels after me? Then I'll really think, okay, I must be doing something terribly wrong, because I'm not entertaining enough to where these newer people are stepping ahead of me even. So yeah, I've been pretty discouraged lately, and just trying to mask that by just staying positive and rolling on with the channel and the lives and the shorts. But I always get a whole bunch of comments in my minifigure shorts about people trying to correct me on things, or trying to say that I didn't include a minifigure that they wanted to see. Um, very, very critical things. And it's not like I'm bad with constructive criticism. None of it's constructive. It's just people asking for things that they want. I want to see this now. I want to see do more of this. I really wish people would just stop being, I guess, so needy is not the right way to put it, but it's kind of the best word I can think of at the moment. Like, if people could just all relax, and like, if you happen to see a video and you like the video, that's kind of how it should be, rather than, oh, I'm expecting to see this type of video from this person. But I mean, that kind of defeats the purpose of what YouTube is. So now I'm just kind of complaining about nothing. But anyway, I'm going to stop complaining and just kind of go back to being silent like I originally intended. Yeah, Dora would definitely help. But part of that is being able to afford a door. And part of being able to afford a door is spending enough time working. And when I'm doing that, I don't have time to work on the channel. So it's kind of a loss when it comes to that. Now we're back to the seemingly good markers, so I'm gonna have to really go over the 5 from before, make it darker. I hope this works okay. Still a little dark, but it's all right. Seemingly it's coloring in a little quicker, so that's fine with me. Rather just get this done for the evening and call it good. How's your build coming along, Gambit? It's starting to look a little more like rocks, that's for sure. All right. I'm not exactly sold on the little brighter sections here, but that's also because there's like zero transition between that. Change it to a cool gray 3. It's a little better. That's what I did there. But I'm definitely going to have to use some darker colors throughout after this initial layer being done. Alright. I'm definitely happy with the pace that I'm moving now. If only this was how it was earlier. But yeah, at least I'll have this all colored in and the background will look halfway decent. It's just a matter of finishing the rest of the variable colors and or the varying colors. Yeah. Okay. I imagine once I get a little closer to the areas that have more of the lighter color that it'll look a little more natural, but right now it's They're popping too much, I think. Or it's just because they don't have any type of shading at all. Well, the good news is that this does, in fact, look a lot lighter, though. So that helps. All right, now I'm going to try to, yeah, just do this first. To rehash on what I was saying about people that just like add two sets together and that not being creative. It's creative when you create. Oh, geez, that's redundant. It's creative when you make a mock out of your own mind. And for example, I'm possibly not pronouncing, or man, I am possibly not pronouncing this correctly as I was having trouble. Uh, Haichuro. Maybe that's not even the right name. It's close though. One of the other Lego YouTubers that has like a blue background profile picture with the duck. Or wait a minute, it's it's definitely not duck bricks. We'll say that, and I'm not even going to go into any topic with duck bricks at the moment. But Haichuro, if I'm pronouncing that right, makes some very cool mocks. I think the latest they did was the Black Pearl with the Kraken underneath. And it's like, yeah, that is creative. Even though there's still a set that's existing being used for it, they made the Kraken and created a brand new display out of it. So, um, really, again, I don't have to elaborate on that. I'm not putting these people down who uh, combine two sets together, but it really, in my opinion, is not creative when it's just like, hey, I want to make this set bigger. Okay. Like, that's really all you're doing. It does add more detail when you have more pieces to work from, if you can like utilize them towards the first half. But if it's just mirroring the build as like a back or making it twice as large, I guess it's kind of a mock. It counts for sure, but to me, it's yeah, it's still creative, but not as creative. Some or not as creative as some of the things that I see that I feel like get slept on a lot. And not to use myself as an example, but like I know there's a lot of artists that are clearly very successful on YouTube, but there's probably a lot that are being extremely overlooked at the moment. Some of the swirly patterns are looking a little strange, but it should get mostly covered up with other detailing and colors. So, not that anyone's worrying about that at the moment other than myself, but just to take note, that'll change. Okay, so now let's see how it's looking. Definitely strange, but it's getting there. Take a moment. I'm gonna hop over to the other side and work on it. Oops. Might as well do that now. Cool. Might have to switch over to another marker soon. This one's still running okay, but I have a feeling it doesn't have too much more left to go. Probably the rest of this and maybe some more. And that's another thing too, I'm definitely not doing this tomorrow because I'm not really wanting to rush myself if I have to get more markers. Watch Gambit, you're probably one of the people that builds or like combines two sets together, and I just roasted the hell out of you. Viewer. Which Faith and Misery is as well. I don't know if they're busy probably for the rest of the evening, but appreciate you guys always stopping in for the streams. Yeah, I think it's getting to the end of its life here. Should be able to do a tiny bit more with this. All right, so retire this marker, and I think, whoops, go ahead and use another one here. And yeah, we're nearing the 6-hour mark, so definitely gonna just finish up the coloring and call it quits for the night. Here's the next. More importantly, where's the one I just set down? There we go. Okay. Start on this side, and if I need to, I'll hop over there again. And even this marker's not doing too good. But we've got like 2 more, so shouldn't be an issue. Hopefully. Oh, yeah, this one is certainly almost cooked. As bad as the last one just was. I don't think I swapped it. It's light enough. I might as well put some in here as the transition. There we go. I think I'm going to check this one again just in case. Was this the... No, this is the one I was literally just using for sure. Alright, so we got 2 more that are hopefully good enough to finish the rest of this tonight. Seems like it. It's very possible what I might end up doing with the inner parts of this is just repeating the rock pattern. Low key. Not that I want to do more of it and go back to the steps that I've already gone through for these other portions. I think it would make more sense to have it be different on the inside, but if I can't come up with a better idea, then that's probably what I'm going to go with. The good news is once we have most of this with alcohol marker on top of it, not that it won't have less absorption, but it already has the marker there, so it'll bleed into the current pigment and not soak farther down into the paper. I believe. Not that I know the science behind that, but it's what would make sense to me. It's like a bit of a barrier that's going to absorb more of it rather than let some pass. But with this paper being so thick, it's probably just absorbing so much down into it that it's really killing the markers quickly. I didn't exactly figure that would happen, but I knew that this size of a backdrop would obviously take up a lot of ink. Might as well possibly tonight do some of the cool gray 3 and maybe some 2 into the lighter color to transition it, so I can see how that looks before we end everything today. Legs and my feet are starting to hurt again. Even though I'm not standing, I'm sitting in an awkward position. from. Oh, there it is again. We'll double check chat here in a moment if you happen to leave anything, Gambit. I've been paying attention. Oh, oops. I'm really caught on the edge. Alright, let's see what we get up. Nothing new. That's okay though. Did you end up oh wait a minute, yeah, I think I did read that, but I just didn't fully acknowledge it maybe, but the door being back on my room will definitely help. Oh, I guess I did answer that because obviously the financial aspect of it. Not that I need to get a hardwood door, but I'm not necessarily wanting a hollow core cheap door either, which is pretty much the only other option I would assume. And of course, that's not going to do as much with insulation for noise. But yeah. That's the thing that sucks about getting a hardwood doors. They're like 120, 150 bucks or something like that. I'm sure these other hollow core and maybe if there is another type of door. I think there is like something that's kind of in between, but maybe I'm wrong. I'm sure some of them are like fairly cheap in price, but that's going to directly apply with the quality. And another thing that I want to do here is I'm going to stop the 5 right at this rock portion right there. Bring it upward. This very bottom section is going to be a little lighter because that's where I'm going to sign. I'll leave it a little open for that, but not completely blank, of course, just lighter. for a second. And from the amount that I've gotten done here with this one marker, I think unless the other marker is already completely dead or near there, I don't want to jinx myself, but I think we should be okay. This one is just starting to get to that point where it's dying out, but not quite there yet. Almost ready to hop back over to the other side as well. Also, and no. All right, I think we're just going to do to about here. Now we have one of these weird little felt fray on the end of the marker from just friction. I had to remove it. Hair again out of nowhere. What time are we at as well? Just hit 6 hours, not too long ago. Yeah, I'm convinced. I'm going to go ahead and hopefully this doesn't mess anything up, but I'm going to refresh where I'm at on the stream. It's still telling me that I have 3 viewers, and I don't find that to be true. Oh, now I'm at the very beginning of the stream. There we go. Still live. Yep. Now it's down to 1 watching, so I think it's just been incorrect this whole time. Man, don't know why there's these random hairs popping up out of nowhere. I guess it's from me walking over. Okay, looks like I'm going to be able to finish the side here, and then I'll have to move into the new marker. Just about at that point. the last of it right here. It's getting really scratchy now. Honestly, this is the perfect time to, rather than using like a Cool Gray 3 or 4 for this very corner down here, just using the pretty spent marker, and it'll be the lightest version of it, so it'll still be able to take a darker color for my signature. But we'll just leave it at that. And the other problem is that the tape that's on there, I don't want to make the entire drawing not secured down, but we're getting towards the end of it anyway, to where if it shifts a tiny bit, it doesn't really matter. It'd be nice if this tape would like to come off, though. In fact, here I'll just there we go. Got that corner down. Let me just secure it right back down. There we go. And oops, I've probably bumped my lighting here like 12 times during the entire stream, so that's awesome. Yeah, that's going to be the end of it right here. And onto the final marker for this last upper section, and then it's probably time for me to call it good. For tonight's stream, of course. Not the entire backdrop, but it's finally starting to have some solid color. Well, it's still pretty void of color, to be honest, but oh man, yeah, we'll just crack both ankles this time. First thing I'm going to do is actually get this corner. Have it done and out of the way. There we go, go back down. Okay. Now, I don't know. I probably did jinx myself. It's definitely not like close to being dead, but it's semi there. I think between all 4 of the markers, we'll be able to finish the rest of it. That's a bummer, though. There's always something going on. Always something, it seems like. And yep, another hair. Not sure why there's so many popping up out of nowhere. Literally from me just now crossing over, I guess. This thing's dying pretty good. Switch to another marker again. Oh, this is tiring. This is really tiring. Just bring all three of them over, might as well. Is this a normal one now? I don't think I grabbed the wrong one. No, it just kind of regains some of its life. It's already starting to die out. Just hope this upper corner doesn't look like crap compared to everything else. Better not. I can fix it later on, but for now, if I want to take a picture for the thumbnail, it's going to look like really not that great. A lot scratchier looking. Also, felt's coming off. Oh man, it's really not a whole lot more to do, and of course it's still seemingly not quite enough to finish it. Well, we'll come back to that marker. And we'll see if this one has anything. Some. I have to go in with a cool gray 4. This is seriously terrible. Oh, this one's really not going to work good. It was for a second, but that's about it. Well, here I am crossing yet again. Sorry, guys. Only one cool gray 4, so this better do the job. I'm opening the wrong side again. Better be close enough. I don't like already that it's got a slightly more blue tint to it, so now this upper section probably is going to look a little different. We'll see though. Are you worried about how much life it has? Should have named this video "How Long Can My Markers Last?" Would have been way more accurate. Okay, so that we managed to survive through it. Now I'm just going to go ahead and use some of the Cool Gray 3 to transition um, some of those lighter colors, and then I'm calling it quits. Looks like I did have 2 Cool Gray 4s, but that's all. Where's 3? There it is. That looks terrible. What the hell did I just do? Just color all that in. don't think I'm going to do too much more with it just because I am ready to call it a night, and none of this is actually doing a whole lot. I was hoping a tiny bit with breaking it up, but still needs to be blended in a little better, which I'll do with more of the colors later on. Get rid of some of these and get less bright at the bottom. There we go. Stand up and take a look at it here so far. Yeah, it's not bad. Still looks a little too messy at the moment just because I need to do more actual color. It's just a lot of gray. But we're getting some good rock texture in there, and once I add more color, I can get a little more variation with the texture as far as like different foliage and stuff goes. But that's what we're looking like today. So what are we at? 6:29:02. We'll try to cap it off at 6:30 exactly, or close to it. But Gambit, I'm not entirely sure if you're still on and watching. I know your last comment was from not a super long time ago, but probably like half hour or more. So I'm not sure if you backed out and you're working on something else for the night, but I appreciate you again for stopping by today, and let me know if you want to try again sending a message or anything like that. We can figure that out either if it's too late tonight in the next couple of days here. Otherwise, to tell you the truth, man, I highly appreciate what you're offering me and saying, but I would feel bad accepting anything. That's the most I'm going to elaborate, but I don't want to go. I don't want to seem, I don't know what word to use, but ungrateful, even though I definitely appreciate your offer, and I've made that clear that I appreciate it. I don't want to come across as like, oh yeah, I'll take it just for me. No, I again highly appreciate you being willing to offer something for me. So anyway, Gambit, hope you have a great rest of your night. I'm not sure if anybody else is still watching. If so, hope you take care. I was planning on possibly tomorrow doing more of this, but I am going to try and get some rest over the next couple of days, and I will I'll put something out on the post letting people know that I didn't quite finish, so I'm going to do one more stream this upcoming Friday. But anyway, for anybody watching at the moment and catching the very end of the stream here, thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you guys enjoy your evening, and good night.